comes the hero's entrance. They have the And here we are, another round of the LCP wildcards, as we are going to be seeing who will make it into the playoffs through these qualifiers. My name is Qontra, and of course, joining me today is my dear buddy from Jakarta, Yota. Man, it's good to have you here finally in the English nest.
Yeah, man, I've been casting League of Legends in Indonesian for so many years. How many is it now? I think it's like 10 years now. But
Wow.
finally I make it to the English broadcast. I'm so excited. As far as the weather is concerned, it's not really exciting, but I personally excited for today's matches.
Likewise, I think there's definitely a whole lot of reasons to be excited, and you guys as audiences will get to enjoy the very best of what Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia has to offer. And not only that, if you guys are also tuning in and wondering, what about the Philippines, what about Thailand, they are also having their respective LCP qualifiers happening concurrently as well. Of course, not forgetting our dear co-streamers who are currently broadcasting on their own platforms as well. So hopefully everybody gets to, of course, have a really good time all together. So Yota, of course, this is definitely serious business for those who are competing for today, because we got our top 3 teams here looking to lock in that spot in order to meet the very best across the LCP wildcards.
Yes, we will have 2 matches for today. We'll start with the lower final between Essensis and Sparky, and the grand final. Of course, Gucci is waiting to face against the winner of the lower final bracket. But we have to remind you all guys watching from home of the tournament structure of the LCP Wildcard Qualifier. There are like 4 separate tournaments happening. Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore will be combined into one specific qualifiers, and then there's also like Philippines qualifiers and Thailand. And there's also last chance qualifier. We'll get there in a minute, but for the qualifier formats, we have like 64 teams in 2 separate open brackets, in which like 4 teams will be selected from each open days. But for second chance bracket on day 2, if like 4 teams are already advancing from open day 1, we'll still have second chance for the rest of the teams who not make it, so that we have top 8 teams competing on knockout rounds. And from 8 teams, we now have 3 teams remaining, and there's only 1 slot for the wildcard playoffs.
That's right. I do believe that the one that comes in second, they do have a little bit of lifeline in the LCQ as well. But that is definitely a story for another day to see who makes it into the top cut. But overall, I love the tournament format. So far, we have a second lifeline chance even for those who played in the open qualifiers. So not only do we have, of course, all the rundowns, and so there's plenty of rewards for all of the summoners that are competing for the entire evening. They already got themselves the free emotes and icons, and more importantly, the champion gets to walk away with Triumph and Rise. This has been shelved for a while now, and I'm glad that it's finally back so that the champs really get to flex it. And of course, well, as I said, everybody's pretty much a winner when they do make it into the top 8 cut. There's also prizes on the line worth up to 20,000. But of course, the lion's share will be for the ones who are vying for the top spot, up to 600 US dollars to be won here. So, of course, if that's not all that they're looking for, there's even more to be won when they do make it into the wild cards. But so far, this has been the story of the teams that battle it all out, as we've seen the journeys of our top 3 competitors right now. We're only left with Essences, Gucci, as well as Team Sparky to see who will make it out throughout this entire qualifier.
Yes, and I think seeing the knockout bracket as you are seeing right now on your screen, it's not the first time that Essences and Sparky are facing each other. Because they have faced it in upper semifinals, which Essences won 2-1. So it will be a chance for Sparky to have a rematch against Essences, and maybe they have a chance to win this time to face Gucci in the final. So we have
Yeah.
this roster of essences with Dust on the top lane, Arashi on the jungle, Nekodesu in the middle lane, Blaze in the bottom lane, and Felia on the support. How do you think these essences can compete against Sparky this time, Qontra?
Well, I do think that this is a very experienced roster. You have a lot of players that hail from Fairy Charm. Felia has also competed for many years right now. He's played in the LTS. He's also played in the early days of League as well. So I'm definitely excited to see him to also show his stuff, especially having Nekodesu this time joining him alongside. Nekodesu was at one point the top one player in the entire MYSG server. And of course, now we can call it the SEA server. It has been very competitive. Well, not only that, Arashi has also had great synergy with Filio on their time with Sam9. With Blaze as well as Dust joining the fray, this makes up a very formidable roster. But of course, the competitor is going to be just as fierce as Essences. So we'll have to see whether if they can still find their way into the grand finals.
Yes, experiences from past tournaments as competitive players from past seasons makes them a formidable opponent. But we have to see Sparky with weak side Wally at the top lane, Shinzo at the jungle, Broken in the middle lane, Win at the bottom lane, and Kiwi at the support. And one thing to note that we are given in info for Sparky is that, quote unquote, it are a group of online friends who made it into the top 3. So they are competing in this LCP wildcard with the power of friendship.
Yeah, I just love that storyline, and I remember seeing some of these names before back in Titans Cup, so Weak Side Lolly, he ain't that weak. He's always a juggernaut in the top lane, but of course, this is going to be the top dogs of the tournament right now. It is Gucci. If you guys have remembered Inferno that went all the way in the LCP wildcards, they have definitely represented it with a different name of Inferno, but this time, coming in with the good juju vibes here is going to be LJW, Born This Way, Savasky, Austerity, and Azimuth. Now, this is one scary lineup because when we take a look at this entire roster, you are pretty sure that they are on the challengers list, especially Austerity has been holding the top 1 spot. Born This Way around the top 10 as well. So, of course, they're always challenging each other for that top spot in those brackets, but here they are selling nothing less than first place.
Yes, and talking about Gucci, I think they best represent Southeast Asia for now, as they have like one player from the Philippines and the rest are like SGMY players. So yeah, I think a lot to talk about Gucci, but since they are already waiting in the grand finals, we have to talk about these two matchups. The experienced ones versus the ones who are challenging them with the power of friendship and vibes. How does that like bring this up to this matchup? Because I think Sparky, the previous matchup, they lost to Essences, so they have like another chance to prove themselves against Essences. But I think experience cannot lie. You're facing a team with a lot of experiences. You're talking about teams who are like good at comms, good at like making plays, good at like how to as we go into the draft phase, also like picking up the champions perfectly and also like synergize against each other. We'll see how Essences can make out the best against this Sparky team over in the lower final brackets, as they are like banning champions as of now. Sparky Essences is on the blue side of the map and they will get first pick priority. Let's see who's gonna be the first champion they're picking.
Yeah, it's really interesting that they actually banned a lot of assassins, especially with the Kali, and I was actually hoping to see Locke being played out because that will actually make it the first time that we actually have Locke played in the competitive setting in Southeast Asia. So, starting things off, we're having Nocturne for the side of Arashi. I think the last time we saw him play in the previous circuit, he has always played all these type of fast-paced, ganking type of style, so he's definitely super formidable on that pick. But they want something steady for the side of Sparky. I think this is definitely the best way to start things off with both the Karma as well as the Ezreal. But what do you think about the bans from Sparky, though? Would this actually be an effective ban up against Essence?
Yeah, I think so. Because I think two of them are mid lane champions, like in the likes of Cassiopeia and also Rihanna. It also eliminates couple of combos you can like combine with Nocturne here as the first pick from Essences. And also I like the combination from all the first three picks over from Essences, as they have like good synergies against each other. Nocturne, of course, with Paranoia, he can also engage first and then follow them up with Nautilus, either Nautilus or Jin, to stack CCs on top of each other. So of course, here Sparky gets a good disengage in Xin Zhao to at least maybe trying to eliminate this like hyper engage comp from Essences, I think.
Yeah, I really do like that there is a lot of all these defensive tools for the side of Sparky, but at the very same time, so many opportunities awaits the side of Essences, especially when they want to really go for a dive. You can basically set things up, and the worst part is, if you're blinded by Paranoia, you can't really see where that Jin's gonna be shooting up from that curtain call, but we'll see how that one plays out on the first phase. Where we go into the second phase, there's so much investment from the side of Sparky that they are kind of scared of what Nicodesu can play, because he has been known as one of the best mage players across the server. So I think it is definitely something that is deserving of respect, but is it overcommitting? That's what we want to find out. A ban onto Silas here in the first rounds coming from the side of Essence, and only one more pick for them to consider to maybe eliminate some top lane pressure perhaps, or maybe even some other mid lane picks. But that will basically dwindle the pool to the point that, okay, do you want to consider maybe playing at ADC mid? I don't think we're getting there just yet.
Yeah.
So if we take a look at maybe viable options, what do you think is going to be, some interesting picks that we can look at?
I think for the mid lane, it's just like control mages like Victor. Yes, I just mentioned it. Victor is up. And then for the side of Essences, I think if they wanna like execute this like diving combo, they can add Galio on that on mid lane, and then they can like also maybe pick some of the weak side, top side, maybe just to like relieve pressure from the other lanes as the rest the four other teammates maybe make a play from there. But Annie is gonna be the choice. It's also good. I think the strategy here is also interesting, where like also Annie can obviously go into a point and click stun. She also has a good engage tool in her ultimate as well. So there's a lot of possibilities to stack CCs on top of each other to layer that CCs, and it's gonna be a scary dive pick off combo coming from Essences, and also Ambessa as a blind pick for top lane. Not really, also a good counter pick for Ezreal, as his like public execution can also target Israel on the back line. But Olaf is gonna be the answer for Ambessa from Sparky.
Yeah, I'm thinking that this is definitely an interesting pick in such a sense where the idea is there when it comes down to team fights, where when you pop that Ragnarok, you can basically go all the way towards the back line if you can basically find Blaze on that Jhin. But overall, I'm still kind of concerned because there's only a couple of tools for them to go in to maybe make some plays happen. So they got to be a little bit more reactive of how Essences will need to burn all these spells before they can actually get there. So I love the draft overall. I think both sides are having very different ideologies, but when we take a look at skilling, I would say Sparky might be really scary in the late game, especially when we look at that Victor pick. But overall, if Essences have everything with all the tools that they have to bring their A game on the first couple of minutes and snowball from that point, then I think Essence should actually have a very decent transition into that late game too.
Yeah, I think the win conditions for Essences is just to like get prio on mid lane, so that Nocturne and also the bot side, Jhin and Nautilus can also make plays from like the first 5 minutes of the game to make that priority. So Nocturne can roam to the river and get prio as soon as he hits level 6. He can start to make plays around the map. Maybe it depends on the matchup, of course, depends on the state of the game. If let's say top lane Ambessa can also be a priority for Nocturne to make a 2v1 play, but mid lane is also one of the good places, because it's Victor. If you know, you can like burn Victor's summoner spells for the first couple of minutes into the game. It will like definitely bring some pressure for the side of Sparky. And what Sparky needs to do now in the first couple of minutes is just to get the vision right, get to read where Nocturne will be going, and maybe try to, you know, just try to disengage and make some counter plays from there to, you know, get the first 15 minutes really worth it, so they can scale up, especially Ezreal and Olaf for like mid game and also for the late game.
Yeah, I really do see that the Karma will play a very vital role in order to keep everybody alive. So it's really interesting to also note that, you know, with the changes, with the current patches as well, we see more of all these engaged supports. They roam very, very early on. So I'm wondering whether is Sparky's very own Karma could also keep up to that pace to maybe try to give as much of those utilities in order to get either make some counterplay happen when it comes down to objectives. So I'm thinking it is definitely going to be a little bit more of a waiting game for them to really get things activated, especially for an Ezreal. You're looking at like 2-3 item spikes, then only he would have maybe a little bit more impact. When it comes down to perhaps agency, we're also keeping our eyes on both sides of the jungler, as they will be the main playmakers to really get the engine started. So here we go into our first matchup of the grand finals. Well, actually, this is going to be the lower brackets to make their way to the grand finals as we get things started here in the Riv in game one in this best of 3 with the Fearless draft underway. And of course, now all eyes are set onto who will challenge Gucci in the finals.
Yeah, I think for the first minute or so, Essences can try the makeup play, maybe burn some summer spells from Sparky to really have that priority set up. And as Nocturne, maybe try the power level until 6, so Arashi can start to make plays around the map with his ult. So what Sparky needs to be doing is get down some vision. Now, yeah, we can see like two junglers are both seeing each other. So no plays this time, but I think Sparky is also set up poke plays for the bottom lane to at least not getting pushed too much. Because I think with Jhin and Nautilus getting level 2, as we've seen here, it's really starting to hurt if they get level 2 priority as soon as possible.
Yeah, Ophelia definitely applying a little bit more of that pressure. And I kind of like that interesting notion where Arashi gets his spot where the Xin Zhao starts. So he opts to go back to his Brambleback, and now we're already seeing the pressure piling onto Ice Lemon Tea, and he almost got it in the back. But of course, as an Mbessa, you could have like almost unlimited dashes, so he's going to be able to make it out alive without needing to burn the flash as well. But the problem is, they're kind of down on that CES department for the moment, but they will be able to catch up eventually. So all is good for the moment, as we're already seeing a great hook landing on top of the chain of crowd control onto win, and that's already taking that Ezreal to 50%.
Yeah, that's a good trade from both sides of the bottom lane from both teams. As we are getting back to the top lane, both players are not burning their summer spells as of now. They know their limits, but we are, as we see back in the bottom lane, both Ezreal and Karma are starting to get cryo, and this will be quite challenging for Jhin and Nautilus for the next couple of minutes. But as of now, both junglers are focusing on getting level 4 and then also the Scholar Cryo.
Yeah, and of course, the top lane matchup has always been so interesting to watch because we always know how oppressive an Olaf could be in lane if played right. But overall, he absolutely understood the assignment to keep this Mbessa at bay, zone her out so that she could not safely farm up. But he's been playing pretty well in the sense where he's been able to also match the CS numbers for the moment. Also have the biscuits for him to sustain. So when we take a look at some of the updates of the patch as well, things like Sundered Sky has been adjusted a little bit, so it might impact both of the top laners in essence. So it's still very essential though for them to, of course, have great survivability in those team fights. But now level 3 power spike coming in for that Nautilus, so he might be a little bit more proactive as Arashi does try to stop that recall, but he will be able to go back in the nick of time, as we will expect maybe more of the action happening when those big objectives are up, and that is going to take about a couple more minutes. Well, looks like Wally once again aggressive. Oh, another axe connects, and now there we go. The exhaust comes in, and he flashes on the wall. Can he find it? Yes, it's first blood for weak side Wally.
Yeah, that's a good 1v1 trade from Worldside Wally as he picks Exhaust as a counter spell. I also wanted to mention the Exhaust, but since he already got out his Exhaust, it's a good 1v1 trade as he gets level 1 priority and just like put pressure on Ambessa as early as possible to get a more advantage coming down to the next level as well. And we see the replay going all in with the Exhaust and Flash also. So both top laners are burning the spells, but this will be a really big advantage for Olaf.
Yeah, I really like that Wally actually waited for him to burn everything and then put the exhaust when he's trying to make his way out. So that ensures that Ice Lemon Tea basically burned out his flash, and he's very willing to trade. Now, it is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle, but Arashi's already making advancements as he smites off the Raptors, so he's going to be a couple of camps ahead of this Xin Zhao at the moment.
Yeah, that's a good advantage now. He's like 2 camps, 3 camps ahead of Xin Zhao. So let's see. He's 1 level away from level 6, and I think he can go bottom lane to make some plays.
Yeah. Meanwhile, speaking of bottom lane, they're already joining in on this break attempt. Well, can't really call it an attempt if nobody else is challenging, so this is going to be easily secured for the side of Team Sparky. Getting objective controls on the dot, not wasting any time at all, but take a look at Arashi. He's already pathing all the way top side, and there's no wards whatsoever. Wally's got to make his way out. He does have the Ragnarok in play, but there will be the Paranoia now committed, and he will be able to walk away safely, but he's still trying to aggress while the flash has been committed by Arashi. Does not find it, but here comes Neko to drop little Tibbers, well, giant Tibbers, right underneath the turret to secure the first kill for Essences.
Yeah, it's a bit of an overkill as they have to send Annie to the top, make it almost 3v1 just to kill Olaf and also like avenge. But we'll see another trade now. Shinzo coming to the jungle, but Vela will be getting stun broken. Is level 6 already, so he has the Arcane Storm in hand, but decides not to use it for now. So all good for the Spider Sparky as they will be playing very safe for now.
Yeah, thankfully they did not overcommit it as well. You could see that the rest of Essences, they were pretty much ready to actually get the jump through. And I absolutely agree, right? Because you saw a flash being burned out from Arashi, and then you do have Neko, who just arrived in the perfect timing to just basically pop in the Tibbers. So I would say it is still well worth it because you need to deal with this Olaf early before he gets out of hands.
Yeah. There's about bottom laners are also trying to get level 6 ASAP, and we'll see maybe another play as we are entering 8 minutes, and we also have void drops as well for grabs for both junglers. And for now, I think what Sparky can do is just like again read the plays, read the movements of Arashi, read the movements of like Velia as well, who is also maybe starting to roam towards the mid side of the map, and they will make movement towards the Baron pit for minute 8 void drops.
Yeah, I also like the fact that Shinzo has expected the arrival of Arashi. He's always been trying to yoink some of all these Raptors away, so he's able to commit that smite early on, just to ensure that he pretty much gets his XP pretty much on the right track. Not only that, I mean, overall, Shinzo has been the winner of our recent arena matchup, and he's got a perfect trip to Seoul, if I'm not mistaken, not too long ago. So pretty much they've been able to fight against each other even in those solo queues. Arashi is just going to be able to clear some of the grubs all alone. Might just be accompanied by Ice Lemon Tea, but it's not entirely necessary. So he's just going to be able to rejoin the lane once again. And this time, the Mbessa is the one pushing weak side Wally underneath his turret. While this could be a little bit of a freeze hole, so he has to break that freeze in this sense. For now, we're not going to be expecting much of an explosive fight until, perhaps some of the items are completed, but weak side Wally's on another attempt.
Yeah, I think it's also the fact that what Sparky can do now is to be reactive to what Essences are doing. And since they are like slightly behind in terms of momentum, what they can do is just like read the plays, and then maybe try to make some plays on the top lane, as we are seeing here with Shinzo. Weakside Wally has his exhausts, but the thing is, Arashi has his Paranoia up, so whenever Sparky tries to engage or make plays, with one Paranoia, it can like scatter and also like kind of disengage the plays they are trying to make, if that is the decision they are trying to make. So for now, they're playing very, very safe. Try to hit that item spikes for both like carries on Victor and Ezreal, and not try to like do much except for like laning. Just survive the laning is almost is all enough for Sparky.
Yeah, I definitely think that is basically their whole modus operandi overall, because overall you're picking about 3 champions that will have a lot of all these needs to, of course, get those power spikes up, especially once you have 3 items up on that Victor in those team fights. Man, he's just going to melt people with that Arcane Storm, but there is a plan coming in from the side of Essences as Shinzo walks in deep into the bush without any vision. And there we go. The Crescent Strike does not really do all too much to salvage the situation, while the Curtain Call drops right in for a massive chunk being blown towards the rest of Sparky. And the Blast Cone actually sends him all the way back looking for Nico, but he won't get nothing at all. Another snare connecting onto Kiwi. Can he find more? And that was a triple that Arashi found in that fight.
Yeah, that was a good play, waiting in the wings, in the brushes for Essences, as they predict Shinzo will come to them face checking, and he's get punished. And this is also a good use of the Paranoia, as they are like getting a man advantage there. Before Ezreal arrives, all the DPS players are arriving on the scene. They are basically out-damaged what Sparky is trying to trade with.
So clean. Like, just looking how they've been able to just basically gather up on that choke point and just basically surprise Shinzo, forcing the rest of Sparky to react to that situation. And you could clearly tell they weren't exactly ready to actually go for that fight. Broken, despite all of that was happening around that corner, he did not have that timing to even try to flash away. And even so, that choke point was so tough for them to break free from. So you can see that their summoners are up still. So if they were to go in for another attempt of their own, maybe they will be able to pull something else in return. Now, Triple S, they've been making all the moves, but when exactly does Sparky wants to make a call? Especially in a couple of more minutes, we're going to be seeing another contest for those objectives. And now you're seeing this Nocturne already finishing off that Hex Plate so early, and he's about to get that upgraded Smite in just a camp. So this is going to be big news for Sparky on dealing against this Nocturne.
Not only that, they also have to deal with all the spells, all the ults are ready from Essences. So battling this Dragon Pit as not Dragon Pit, but also the next like turrets is gonna be a big challenge for them. Because I think if Essences can execute the next play perfectly with the dives and so on. Okay, now we see that Paranoia comes out, but Shinzo is trying to disengage. He doesn't succeed. Shinzo has to go on C-Flash out, but Arashi not truly confident to dive. Also, Velia misses his Dread line, but now he's rooted. Ezreal wins, has to go out his flash. Has to put his flash out just to survive. Now I'm talking about dive plays, but yeah, this is what is happening right now.
Oh boy, they're still playing with fire right here, and this is going to be a very risky attempt as well. Arashi, he takes his chances to also steal this one away if he could, but here comes Broken. He spots out 3 members, but that is not a point of contest for him. Philia gets the kill. Meanwhile, here comes weak side Wally. Is he going to be able to find something in return? He's going to get chased towards Philia, but here comes the TP as well from the back. Iceland T joins right in as they look to recommit up against weak side Wally, but that is not the target that they want to acquire. Triple S, they were respectful, they got their pick off, and they're out of there.
Yeah, that's the first kill for Sparky, but now Essences are essentially controlling the game with 3 kills on Nocturne, and now Jin has a Yomu's Ghostblade and Magnets from Annie from Nekodesu. They can like wait for next couple of minutes, maybe 15 minutes to contest for Rip Herald, and basically Sparky needs to trade that Herald because they cannot contest it 5v5 as of now. It's just too hard for them. All they can do is trade up some resources for Rip Herald, maybe turrets on the bottom side or maybe some plates on the top side or the middle. If they cannot find a trade, it's gonna be much harder for them in the next couple of minutes because they are down 4,000 gold.
Yeah, it's really tough because you talk about the layers of crowd control as well. Like, it's not only the Nautilus that's actually supplying them with all these great hooks. I mean, Phil has been doing an absolute tremendous job, but you also have Nekodesu being the backbone where you could just easily drop Tibbers into those team fights. But if that's the case, you kind of need Wally to be in the tick of the fight, which you saw he TP'd not in the best of timings, but he did just about enough for them to actually throw them off. But once more, to see the replay where they are just basically going for that full collapse. But yet again, they did not fully recall. They still played with fire, and that was what was costly for Sparky.
Yeah, we see another fight here coming on from Sparky. They are trying to engage with Rockside Wally, putting his flash, and also Ragnarok catching Arasi. Maybe he gets it. It's a shutdown from Olaf, but Curtain's call has to be open, but Blaze is very out of position as 3 man from Sparky is catching him, is zoning him. Nekodesu now. What is happening with Essences? That also Shinzo is deciding to dive, but the execution is just not right. Nekodesu barely survives. Now he can TP, but Blaze is also low.
Kiwi is chasing it for a potential snipe here, and here comes Broken. He flashes forward just in the perfect spot as he will be able to get that huge shutdown goal onto Blaze. And now they are back on track. Well, ever so slightly, but at least it puts just about enough gold for them to keep contesting as well. Finally, we see some big spark of hope coming in for Team Sparky, literally.
I didn't understand what was happening. Like, why is Sparky winning the fight? Are they catching, or are they like getting someone out of position as they are like winning that fight, and also like getting some advantages in reducing the gold difference to now around 3 gold, and also they have the momentum to get this Infernal Break as Essences have to collapse again, but they are ready for flanking with Nekodesu. Ult is ready.
Oh, there we go. The Dredge Line actually connects, but it is not on to the right target. Paranoia is now being dropped as the TP comes in from Neko with a triple stun with the Tibbers, melting them down. And here comes Blaze. He's looking for his target, but it is going to be Shinzo chasing upon Nekodesu. Blast Cone finds a little space, and now that will be Then just giving a little bit more of the pressure to break down the Annie. And that's another shutdown in the hands of Broken to try to collect what they needed. But yet again, after all that commotion, it is the dragon that still belongs to Essences towards the end of the fight.
I think it's not necessarily a bad trade for Sparky as they put up a good fight as well, with Victor getting 3 kills now. But they play once more with the break with the dive and with the fight. The lead and Neko this will also actually put up here with the 3-man Uber. So it's also like the rest of the team are very far away to follow up on that, and Neko this have to fight some time, and Victor actually getting the shutdown goal is also big for Sparky, as it's what Victor needs right now. More items and scaling into the late game. And they get the Rip Herald as well, so this is actually a good chance for Sparky to try to get momentum on like mid lane or bottom lane maybe.
Yeah, I really do like that they've been able to actually make some proactive plays as well. Credit where credit is due as well. Shinzo, he was willing to risk it for the biscuit, where he knows that the rest of Triple S will try to full commit. The TP was already coming in, so he had to buy time and space from getting the rest of Sparky to be in their face. So Neko, with that TP, he gathered all that attention towards him, and yet again, formed out a decent trade overall. They got the dragon. Might have actually resulted in that Victor getting a little bit bigger right now, but that's a problem for later to be dealt with. What I do also notice is that both mid laners, since they're on some immobile mages, we tend to see more of the protoplasm to be played out for many of all these mages these days. Love the meta at the moment, so we expect them to be able to really make some really insane movements as well. But now back to first getting things done around the map. But both sides of the top laners are basically going for a challenge, and Ice Lemon Tea wants to go all in, but it doesn't seem like Wixside Wally's all too concerned. He still has the exhaust, he's still got the Ragnarok as well.
Also, he's 2 levels down as of now, so another dive coming from Essences here in the top lane. Now Victor is going to be the target, but he can't kill Annie with Arcane Storm, but Velia comes for help. Arasi gets the kill, and another stun. Blaze with the curtain call, just on the edge of Win. Arasi gets down, but Win here is getting flanked now from Shinzo, but Shinzo will be taken down by Essences. Ice Lemon Tea comes to the rescue and try to zone Win off. Win is very, very behind in terms of damage. Instead of gold, he's not dealing any substantial damage as of now, so it becomes very easy for Ambessa to just hone him out, and for Essences.
Yeah, look at the insane dive as Arashi, he just basically hopped over as much as it was a trade onto Nekodesu. They were absolutely zoned out where Ophelia, the moment he arrived, it was pretty much nowhere else for the rest of Sparky to go. And it was too little too late for Win to actually have an impact in this fight. And like you said, Ezreal does tend to have some trouble actually clearing through some of all these frontline targets. So it was kind of rough of what transpired over the top side here. Essences with another huge swing of gold back into their pockets right now with 15 kills and also 2 breaks in their pocket at the moment. So they're definitely in the driver's seat.
Yeah, now they are trying to prioritize middle lane as they are finally get that middle turret. Now another Paranoid coming towards Xin Zhao, and Crescent Guard has to be put out, but Nekodesu in the middle lane with Tiber's ult trying to get another kill on top of Ezreal. Of course, Ezreal still manages to escape as of now, but now with so many ults out, it's actually gonna be a good chance for Sparky to at least calm down, but Arasi here is maybe try to engage Broken, but no ults as of now. So yeah, it's gonna be an impossible job to take down Broken.
Yeah, I love the fact that Arashi was being quite mindful than to actually go for an absolute 1v1, because we saw the amount of damage that this Victor could basically do in a team fight. So he could basically melt down like butter, but I believe that they're still gonna commit towards Ice Lemon Tea right here, not allowing the Investa to leave this vicinity. The TP comes out, and the rest of the cavalry of Essences are ready to duel for this Drake, and there we go. Nekodesu coming for it back, and Thresh Line hit onto weak side Wally. Here comes the Paranoia. Is he gonna connect? And here he's gonna go in for the chase. And Blaze is gonna flank in from the back. He does get the snare done. Arashi gets himself a kill while Neko naps the other one, and the rest of Sparky is hightailing out of this fight.
Yeah, that was like a rather questionable decision from Olaf, as he escaped with the Reef Herald as his team is crying for help. So I think, yeah, he saved himself, but at the cost of Dragon, as also a soul point, and also a turret bottom lane.
And all of that was due to Ice Lemon Tea baiting them into a really unfavorable position as well. You see a couple of all these tags coming in from Blaze, and it left him with one tick of health, and he never misses. And right now, we passed the golden number 4 for our dear Jin player right here. So Blaze picks so perfect on every single maneuver that he makes. And my, we got to see more of those crazy curtain calls. And of course, Essences, they've shown incredible performance throughout the bracket, and now hunting out for their first win. Well, it's still not over till it's done yet, so
true.
We shouldn't call it just yet.
True, but now Sparky is almost 10k gold behind. So as far as damage, as far as survivability is concerned, they are like very lacking in that department. And with the Baron is up, and Essences are trying to zone out Sparky from that area with the ults ready from Essences as well. It's gonna be hard to make plays.
Oh, there we go. TP comes right in. Crescent Guard just to buy a little bit more time. Arashi now gets chunked down with the Arcane Storm sent out. Here comes the curtain call, but he does not care. Weak side Wally, he wants it, but it is a little too deep all alone. And now the rest of Essences, they bite back, forcing the flash coming from the side of Broken. A couple of shots tagged from the side of Win, not quite enough. And now it's going to be a free Baron for Team Essences.
Yeah, just like I mentioned before, like they don't have the damage yet to start fights. They don't have the survivability as well in terms of how Essences can play around and can counter their engage, and that is what happened with Sparky, as they cannot follow up on that engage. We see the replay here. They're trying to delete Arashi after the Paranoia, but quickly all of the drug arrow also will be blocked out, will be guided by Blaze and also Arashi without the damage, without the sufficient damage to kill either Jin or Nocturne.
Yeah, it also felt like it's a little bit of a miscommunication as well, because you saw weak side Wally, his whole idea was to absolutely pounce forward. Of course, there was a little bit of a window of opportunity, but the rest of his teammates were also backing off. So maybe if he actually have pretty much the same read, then he might be able to at least hold off of a couple of all these Triple S members. President Guard now being popped. Paranoia now sent out to the Karma all the way into the inhibitor turret, while the curtain call drops right in for the full wombo combo. Broken. Zanya's not going to help him at all. One final tap, misses Shinzo. He's going to flash out of there, but can he survive? Arashi looking for his killing spree, gets it, and now it's only down the weak side. Wally, he gets blown up for the A's, and it's all said and done. With the Baron buff, this should be it for game 1 in favor of Triple S.
Yes, a rather brave execution play from Arashi here, but he is very confident in his damage output. So he targets Karma, and then he's like pretty confident in his plays to keep survive until the rest of the team following him up with the massive gold difference from Essences. So they are like surely cannot miss on that one. Got play, and they know they have the upper hand on that final engage.
Man, they really do know how to basically wrap them around like a python. Like, the moment you saw them getting small little leads, it just accumulates and snowballs out of control. And really felt like Sparky was just waiting for things to happen. There was only 1 or 2 instances where they tried to trade back, but it does not pretty much bring all the kind of results that they wish it could. Because as much as they've gotten a Drake or so, it was still the lack of income, as well as a couple of all these huge big dives coming in from Arashi that really set Sparky so far behind that it was really tough for them to answer in those team fights. So Triple S absolutely well deserving of that game 1 victory.
Yeah, as far as draft is concerned, I think Sparky has a good answer for that heavy dive composition from Essences. It's just like a couple of instances where they cannot execute properly because of many reasons. Maybe they were like late to react. Maybe they lack the manpower advantage on that, so that Essences can always like make good plays from their dives without like really taking too much damage or being countered by Sparky on the first game. We see that many times. The paranoia from Arashi, followed up by Nekodesu with a good area of effect ult, hitting multiple people from the side of Sparky. There's basically the answer is there, but I think overall it's just a good execution coming from Essences.
Yeah, we absolutely love the synergy as well as team effort coming in from what was being shown from the side of Triple S. And overall, of course, so many of those things have conspired, but we did check out some of all these big plays coming in from game 1 and right back.
I was, because I'm wearing blazer, right? It's very and yeah, I'm sweating inside. And also, like it affects my concentration a lot. At some point I couldn't concentrate on what I was doing because it was sweating. Oh yeah, all good. Did a good job of
begin.
Here comes the hero's entrance. They have the
Welcome once more to the LCP Wildcards qualifiers for MYSGID as we're your casters, and this time joining me is gonna be Sagi. It's your boy here, Qontra, and we've just witnessed an explosive start coming in from Team Essences, where they now lead in this best of 3.
Oh yeah, I've been watching some of these games here, especially I think both teams are skirmish heavy, but when it comes down to executing the draft, how they play around the Nocturne, how they play around the best of engages, I gotta say, gotta give props at Triple S. They've been performing really well. If you watch some of their games back towards their quarterfinals or at the start of the tournament, it's really scrap heavy, but coming in towards this specific game itself, it's getting better and better.
And overall, I really do love that they've been able to really layer on every single tools available, where every single call for the Paranoia have always been answered back as well. As much as Sparky was really trying their level best to try to sustain in some of the fights, but it really feels like they just needed maybe to buy a little bit more time to get a couple more items up. But of course, a couple of all these fights have, or should I say initiations, have really broke their backs with all these successful pickoffs coming in from the side of Triple S. And now going into game 2, I guess there's still much more left to be answered for coming from Sparky.
I think it was difficult, right? Especially when Sparky, they had a decent early game up until the point where we saw Weakside Wally finding a solo kill on towards the Olaf against like Ice Lemon Tea, and they had like a very strong winning lane up for that specific part. But when we start to see the team fights, the map play coming in from the Nocturne, coming in from Annie, and then the strong setup coming in from the Jin and Nautilus, it started to become like a ticking clock. You want like, okay, poke coming in from the Victor, poke coming in from the Ezreal from South Sparky, but every time you try to do it, the Paranoia just comes in and starts like cutting you off. So it's really difficult for Sparky to actually pull off their composition.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree, where basically if you really want to take your time to slowly wear it down, the Triple S just did not allow them to have that kind of free pass. So I really do like that. That was basically always in the back of their mind, that if they actually spot a target that is going to be easily apart from the side of Rashi, he does not hesitate. He will basically go for it all the way through. And you saw even some really great plays coming from Ice Lemon Tea and the way that he pulls off those public executions. And there was one play coming from Nicodesu with that TP into triple tippers. That was pretty much a big highlight in that. That really swerves the ball back on the court. Or
I think that specific, I mean, it never left, right? I mean, that specific play itself, coming in from Nicodes, dropping that 3-man tippers, it could have been really bad for Essences if they, for Essences if they actually didn't get the stun off. They could have just lost the entire team fight, then maybe the game will be much more in favor for Sparky. But due to the tippers, yes, it didn't generate a lot of kills, but it stopped the advancement coming in from Sparky, which allowed Nekodes and his team to get those late game leads that we saw just now.
Yeah, of course, when it comes down to, you know, changes going into game 2, what do you think that would probably be something that will be more suited onto how Sparky could basically find some answers into what the playstyle is coming from the side of Triple S, where, of course, we are playing on Fearless Draft. Whatever we saw back in Game 1 cannot be played again. So maybe it's going to be something a little bit more team fight oriented, because last thing we saw coming from Sparky was very poke heavy, and that wasn't exactly the best answer to this very skirmishy style coming in from the side of Triple S.
I think to your point, right, what needs to be changed, maybe more setup, right? We need something like, okay, Ezreal Karma is exceptional just now, like you got your pokes in, you got your damage in, you got your laning phase, but when it comes down to the immediate trigger pulling coming in from the side of Sparky, it wasn't as consistent compared to the heavy setup that Team SSS actually has, where we saw the Tibbers, Paranoia, the public execution coming in from the Abessa, or even things like the Deadly Flourish into the hook coming in from the Nautilus. These are strong engage tools that gives them area control coming in from the side of Triple S. So maybe coming in towards the game 2, especially for the side of Team Sparky. Stronger early game, still go back to your laning phase, but you need actual setup here, which we come down in towards the draft. Triple S already grabbing the Rise of Lee Sin with strong setup as well coming in from the side of Sparky on Silas and also Vi.
Well, I really do love the change-up where you see pretty much a great sense of agency when it comes down to that early game potential, where Vi is going to be pretty much activating across the map, so long as the opportunity allows them to do so. But Arashi also wants to go blow for blow. I think we've seen him back in the days on this Lee Sin before. He's definitely one of the players that has been piling this champion for such a long time in the server. So we expect to see plenty of all these big Dragon Rages in those team fights, but great that they also do have some plans to also layer it coming from the side of Sparky, because now they bring out that Rumble.
Very aggressive laning all around, right, coming in from the side of Team Sparky. And for the side of Team Triple S, they're also trying to match blow for blow here, locking in that J. So this is more of a skill matchup. Can Dust realistically control the range between him and also weak side Wally's Rumble, or can the Rumble find those solo kills, chunk out the Jays, call in the 3-man dive coming in from Shinzo or Broken? These are scenarios that we need to see coming in from two of these top laners.
That's true, and of course, when we take a look at the late game insurance coming in for the side of Essences, I mean, Nekodesu have always been very well versed on all these champions in the mage department, but one specialty was his Rise, where he really find really impactful plays whenever he casts his ultimate. So I want to really see whether he could basically do maybe some early roams to maybe give a little bit more pressure on that bottom lane as well. I think Sparky so far, they held the first 5 minutes really well. Team fight now, it really seems like they do amp up the ante here, especially now with the hijack available for the side of Broken. I'm thinking that they're also wary of what they pick moving into this second phase to not allow the Silas to have a very big ult to use.
So far, not a lot, right? You've seen the Rise, you've seen the Lisa, maybe the Dragon's Rage, and if you're going for the Jace ultimate, doesn't really make that much of a sense here. So as they move on to the second phase, more of these ADCs are being banned out from both sides. See the Caitlyn, Corki, Samira, Neela. I think Nyla has been one of the key performers for Win in towards that ADC role, where we've seen him play it a lot. I think he had a game against exactly also Essences where he went like 8-1 at one point.
8-1. Wow, that's pretty much some huge numbers out there. Now, does it seem to be the perfect scenario for it to appear? Because I think they still need a little bit more of that good range DPS to really shred out some of the units. So I think Yunara as well as the Lulu comes in pretty handy, where it gives you a little bit more of that wiggle room in some of the team fights. But to also answer back, we see the Vastine couples here with that Zyra Khan being brought into light. So a lot of eyes will be set onto Ophelia to really make things happen with the quickness.
I think this is an interesting draft coming in from two teams, right? is very similar in terms of two ways, where mid jungle is hyper aggressive, very strong 2v2, where you want to control mid, go for like your side lane roams. Be it like Broken takes away the Rise ultimate, goes for that side lane Realm Warp, or Nekodes gets like the push and goes for the side lane. Or you start to see the bot lane 2v2. For me, Triple S is on a timer where they need to destroy this Win and Kiwi duo lane on towards that Yunara and Lulu. If this two gets to scale, there's just not a lot of engage coming in from Team Essences that can actually catch up this hyper carry composition.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like overall, like you basically pinned it out. Like there's definitely very similar goals for both ends, and when it comes down to even say the two junglers, especially when we take a look at what they bring to the table towards the late game, they're basically just gonna convert into that CC machine. So they really gotta basically get those setups early. So it's really boiling down on who's gonna be able to really get the engines running from the get-go.
Yeah, junglers are going to be exceptionally important, right? If Shinzo can read a gank coming in from Arashi, take one or two of these breaks, stall the game into like, what, 20-25 minutes, and it's going to be rather comfortable for Sparky. What I can assure you in this game is going to be, there's going to be a lot of skirmishes, at the very least for these two teams, especially the middle side coming in, especially the Scuttles, the mid 2v2s, 3v3s. That's something we definitely have to watch out coming in towards this lower fight.
Yeah, true enough. And then when it comes down to maybe moving into the mid game, I do see a little bit of a interesting stance where Essences they could also opt for some really good split pushes as well. They do have decent enough DPS as well as of course TPs available for them to actually make the plays happen. Whereas for the side of weak side Wally, I think like he might find it a little bit troublesome in the early game with the range disadvantage, but once he actually gets a couple level up, he should be able to actually hold up as well. So it just boils down to how well could they basically play out the team fights, and of course a good equalizer in those team fights is going to be a momentum swingers coming in for the side of Sparky.
Team fights is key, right? Like, can I get the equalizer on towards your backline first? Because range advantage wise, I would say that Win will be the key target coming in for the side of Sparky to actually get those big blows in, if and only if they can get scale into that mid game comfortably here. But this is going to be Sparky going up against Team Essence in this game too. They're on the line of defense now. If they lose one more, they're out of LCP qualifiers contention.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to settle for turret when you can go all the way to the finals, and we might actually see perhaps a lifeline for them, but it starts from here. Only one more to go for Essences to get their rematch up against Gucci, waiting in the grand finals. And of course, we get a little glimpse of our Hall of Legends Uzi. And of course, if you guys have heard the news, we do have a new Hall of Famer in the form of Caps, the King of Europe.
You know for sure, right? Like, I think the skin was like, what, Tristana or something? I've been reading like some posts on like Reddit or social media saying that, oh, it's gonna be Tristana.
I mean, he's got so many of all these iconic picks. Like, I remember the mid lane Vayne that he pulled out. Like, it could have actually been maybe multiple skins as well. We'll see. Maybe why not both?
Why not both? Or why not three? You know, like there's always three skins, right? Like the entry one, then the most expensive one, yada yada. So that's gonna be something to look out for in the coming patch. But back up towards this game here, you see some aggressive warding coming in from the side of Sparky in towards that early jungle. The spot on Arashi starting off the Raptors.
Yeah, that's definitely vital information where you last saw that Arashi tried to go the other way around just to actually plan his route in order to be a little bit more aggressive to steal some camps away from the side of Shinzo. And we're already seeing some early trades happen in the bot lane.
Oh yeah, 4 of these summoner spells being burned by both of these teams here. That's why bot lane is gonna be a key matchup coming in for both of these teams. Oftentimes we see Lu plus in hyper carry AD. If they get to scale, they're pretty much gonna be controlling the game state. It depends on how Arashi comes towards this bottom lane, disrupts the 2v2 coming in for both of these ADC and duo lanes.
Yeah, it's definitely of utmost importance that they actually get some really good early leads out of that bot lane. Where we last saw they were just basically playing for a neutral trade, and that definitely allowed more of the opportunities for, you know, the Nocturne to also try to shake things up for a little bit. But overall, I definitely do like to see, all these great Yunara plays coming out. And finally, Win actually shows us a little bit of that in the span of the early game. Maybe too soon to tell. Broken now also being written down. As we now take a look at a potential movement coming in from Shinzo. Just a couple of seconds off for him to actually find something, but he will be in initiation. Might be able to find Nekodesu. He pops the flash back into safety.
Yeah, flash for flash here, so that's going to be a key important cooldown not available coming in from Triple S's mid laner here. But with that play itself, Shinzo is slow on the jungle clear, so Arashi's going to be hitting level 4 soon and heading towards that bottom crab. This might also result into maybe a double crab play coming in from Arashi.
Yeah, that could actually be pretty huge, and that's the last guy you really want to have a lead on. You just saw what he did with the Nocturne the moment that he's got those 3 kills, and it's just so hard to actually even deal with him by the time that you hit 15 minutes of play. And like you said, he's going to work on the first scuttle. And looking at the top side as well, it seems like Weakside Wally, as his name, basically gives us a hint that he will have to basically concede a couple of waves. As a matter of fact, now it's 28 CS ahead for Ice Lemon Tea.
I don't think that will be much of an issue right now, right? That's going to be like a big crashing wave that Weakside Wally has to handle here. So Shinzo looking for a bit of a play here. He doesn't have the flash, so he has to be rather careful. Smite does go over to Arashi though.
Ooh, playing with fire here, recommits with the resonating strike, flashes backwards, and it will be Shinzo dropping very low, and it's first blood for Neko. Looking for a little bit more up against Broken as he's
nice
got himself snared right through, and Philia picks it up.
Heartbreak Allure coming in for the side of Sparky here. They thought they got Arashi, but they pay with their lives. A very smart roam coming in from the side of Philia to get that secondary kill, and with that kill, they not only get 2 kills, they also get the second crab, setting Shinzo even further behind. But let's check out the replay here. Nice fight coming in from the side of Arashi, secured by Scuttle with that raptor camp. Nice dodge away to dodge from the E coming into the Silas, and then Philia coming in with the setup on that Rakan W, making sure that Broken cannot escape after the prison.
Yeah, and Nekodesu also moved in so quickly as well, just to give him just about enough holding space, and Arashi with a timely flash recommits into that fight in order to really get up ahead. So that was perfectly executed coming from Triple S. Now, this is a problem, right? Because you saw that attempt coming from Shinzo. He tried to steal camp, was not successful, and now he's also fallen, so there's a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, for Shinzo, for Broken, that's about 22 CS gap towards that mid lane here. Neko in a bit of a peculiar position though. Shinzo is here to help his mid lane, but I don't think there will be much of a follow-up here coming in whatsoever.
Yeah, indeed it is, and also to make matters worse, here comes Arashi, but Broken really wants it. He does actually get the catch onto Nekodesu, since he's already burned his summoner much early on. Arashi trying to look for something as he jumps towards the ward, but he's not going to be able to find it, as that resonating strike will be blocked from the side of Broken.
Cheeky Q Smite. Meanwhile, top side though, weak side Wally finds a solo kill on towards the side of the Jace here. Check it out replay here, what exactly happened. I understand the logic, and Neko does. He wants to wait and bait out Broken and Shinzo to overcommit, and then let Arashi find that sweet double kill and counter gank, but he overestimated damage tank, which allowed Broken and Shinzo to find that easy kill pickup on towards Neko.
Yeah, great timing overall. At least it now goes back to pretty much a truce, or should I say a tie, and 2 for 2 at the moment, as Sparky would not be able to actually contest for the first Drake, as the entire squad of Triple S is already working on to the Chemtech Drake that's up available. So we definitely want to see whether if we're going to see some different form of elements to be brought right in later, because the last game it was Infernal that absolutely swung in the favor of Sparky, where they were already up ahead, and if you amp the damage, it just goes absolutely insane.
They need to scale and snowball with the dragons, right? Considering the fact that there's still an insurance plan coming in from the side of Sparky in towards that bottom lane. You have to Yunara, you have to Lulu. 2 of the, I think, best combinations to actually 2v8 in towards the game itself. So if you want to force the game to end fast, stack the dragons and maybe force the fight around Soul Point.
Yeah, of course, we gotta see whether if it's gonna be something like Hextech Drakes to be coming up to be the ones that will
Anything
be,
but Chemtech, right?
yeah, anything but Chemtech. Like even Cloud will be great here because they all benefit from the movement speed. So definitely something to be considered in that sense. But of course, the game gives you whatever it gives, so you don't really have much of a choice but to contest it, right? So
It's a bit of a luck factor, so it really
Yeah.
depends on what we see after the second Drake gets taken down. Meanwhile, topside though, I think the general idea of what Ice Lemon Tea want to do is like, I want to crash the wave, I want to dive Wally, force a 1-for-1 trade, but he kind of got counter killed there, so not the best scenario here for Ice Lemon Tea.
yeah, kind of overestimated what he could do or underestimated the potential of Wally in that sense. Where I was hoping that we could get a little bit of glimpse of that replay to really understand, like, oh, what really went on that led to Ice Lemon Tea dropping a kill over onto that Rumble. But overall, seems like both sides are within the kind of tempo of play. And of course, the more time you give to Blaze, he's going to be churning up with some of all these tools to be able to really have significant impact on those team fights.
Blue shield mid here, so Relmo coming down
Neko.
bottom side.
There we go. Connection over onto Win, and that was just absolutely lethal with all three members jumping on top. But Arashi's now pretty much standing up against two members holding over onto the Bramble back, and Kiwi gets it up against Arashi.
But it's fine, right? You're trading your jungle for a ADC that needs so much gold towards that late game here, so slowing down Win is going to be such a key part coming in from Sparky to realistically carry that late game here. So with that play itself, I kind of like it, right? Realm up towards that bottom lane, utilizing the added mobility from Arashi to find that play on towards Win, even though he actually flashed.
Yeah, overall, I really think that it was absolutely magnificent that they've been able to really get the whole over on to Win. And also, like you said, burning that flash, knowing for the fact that you can once again crash over bottom lane, and there's not much that Yunara could do, so he has to play it even more carefully than what was being displayed early on. So, as it stands right now, it's still going to be a tough call on who's really going to be able to break anyone's momentum, but there's definitely a contest for this scuttle. So we'll see whether it's going to be a big call coming in for the side of Sparky. You do get the control over onto the river though, so not much that can be done for the side of Triple S at the moment. And overall, weak side Wally got himself a little bit of plate here, so he should be pretty much great to return back and get himself that Lion Breeze up online soon.
Yeah, waiting for the next big moment here coming in from IDLB Team Philia, finding the E. Oh, nice polymorph here to cancel the Rock on W here. So that's just going to be a bit of a chunk damage here. Both sides won't be having their ultimates thus far. Maybe Broken can steal away the Realm Warp to assist his team. But with Arashi being here and Vi at the top side, this could be a dive play coming in from the side of Team Triple S.
It really feels like Sparky could already smell it with the presence of Arashi over in the corner. They slowly back away. Win will easily dodge the kick, and they just will be absolutely respectful, giving over the priority back over on the side of Triple S.
Oh, they pop the heal, they run away. So that's a far teleport coming in from Broken all the way deep. I don't think anybody spotted it yet, but that's the recall technique coming in from the Rakan Zaya, sending them all the way back already.
Yeah, every second matters, you know, like it could be, of course, benefiting you in some of all these moments you never know. But overall, it's just min-maxing some of all these opportunities for them to just quickly get back to the wave. And of course, you can see that the Yunara had to stay for a little slightly longer, so it's gonna be tough. You still got 15 CS before she completes that call, and eventually you're looking for more of these big ticket items. Looks like Wally's so far holding firm, not being challenged at all, but Philia as well as Arashi, they're already giving a little bit of intel back towards Shinzo. I think there is not much that can be done here, but to actually allow Arashi to take on this Drake.
I think it's fine. You give like 2 Drakes and then you contest the third one, not all in a, try to steal it, then at the soul point, that's where you go all in, look for the fight where Win and Broken start getting those big item power spikes here. So the next dragon is gonna be where Sparky wants to start actively contesting against Team Essences.
Yeah, I really do think that that's where they would basically have all the tools required, and they're already going in for a commitment with the flash engage over onto Nekodesu, and here comes Season. This is over onto Arashi, and he will get popped, but he will buy himself a couple more seconds. I thought he would be able to get his way out, but it's just a little too much. But the rest of the counter has arrived, coming from Triple S as they could jump in with quickness, trapping them by the choke point as Nekodesu will be the main target priority. Weak side Wally has it in the back as the kill goes over to Shinzo. Feeling will fall, but can Ice Lemon Tea get one more in the back? Yes, he will for the double, but Wally, he will be the king out of this rumble.
That's 3 kills going in favor for the side of Sparky here. That CC chain coming in from Broken and Shinzo is just nasty. Arashi had no play whatsoever to realistically make it out. And into the live play, I think we just saw Blaze getting sold to Lulu. The season assist landing on Lee Sin, and then the chain landing onto Arashi. Then he gets burned down and slapped down by the Red Buster. Coming in on the side of Broken almost making it out alive to put this here, but Wally with the flame spitter just burning down every single member from the side of Essence and making it a 4-4-2 in favor of Team Sparky.
Wow, you really see them come to life. This top jungle synergy is absolutely potent on the amount of damage they actually churn out. So the rest of Team Sparky, if they were to team fight again, they gotta actually find certain measures to also answer on to some of all these instances of what we have seen out of that team fight.
It's looking good, right? At the very least with Team Sparky. You're stalling so much time for Win to skill on the Yunara. Wally's at his power spike tier, and then Broken can steal with the quickness to make big plays against on the side of Team Essences here. So stress-wise, I think if I was on Team Essences, I would be stressed compared to Team Sparky.
Yeah, I wouldn't be concerned as well. And of course, we talk about some of all these ticking time bombs as well. Late game Jace as well as Lee Sin. Maybe not the most potent, but of course, if you give just about enough leeway, I mean, overall, there is also some caps over onto the buy. So I think they are definitely making great usage of some of all these early game pickoffs. And of course, we are seeing Sparky pretty much having a little bit of a great time here, going for that dive as Shinzo is just going to be able to secure it up against the Ice Lemon Tea.
Well, they do get one more tower over to the bottom side. The first turret goal does fall over to the Rise, but you pay with 1 kill and also a tower in full goal towards Wally. You're not going to be feeling too good later on those team fights.
Yeah, they also do get their hands on the Herald, so it's a triple whammy. And it does seem like Triple S, they're just trying to back as much as they could by pushing over the mid side, but also at bot lane. Oh, Broken. How long can he hold? He gets the kick done, but he still goes down in the hands of Triple S. And they are stopping at nothing. They just want to make value out of this push.
Now, if that's the case, right, the triple whammy that you just talked about for Team Sparky, it just got equalized easily going in for the side of Triple S. The Ren wide toward the mid lane though. They do find a quickness on towards the back line here. This engaging side of Blaze here. Very nice moves here coming in from Team Essences to win out at 2v3.
Yeah, absolutely necessary as well. And they also bought enough time having the rest of Sparky occupied over mid lane. Looks like Wally just arrives in the nick of time just to salvage this really brittle T2 turret. I mean, overall, not too much of a concern for the side of Triple S to deal with much later on, but I definitely think that Triple S, so far, they have great plan Bs and plan Cs that's been working in their favor.
It all comes down to Nekodes and Arashi's movements here, but Ice Lemon Tea, he doesn't know as Shinzo. He doesn't have the season desist, but with Broken coming up, he might be left for dead here.
Yeah, not much that can be done, but there is a Realm Morph coming right in. Can Ice Lemon Tea make it out alive? Yeah, it's going to be a double TP coming in from the side of Ophelia as well. And just like that, it turns into a 3 versus 2. And now, Broken, he's basically getting out of the situation, just having enough space to get out alive. Looks like Wally's here, though. They might opt to look for a turnaround, but yet again, the Yunara is nowhere close by. So he's just gonna go for another reset, and my mic, just like that, Triple S, they found value.
They did find value, and with that, it's also the spawn of the third dragon here. So this might just go uncontested for the side of Team Triple S. We do see members coming in from the side of Sparky to try and stop this, or at the very least, the latest dragon play coming in from the side of Team Triple S until their jungler is here, but Equalizer coming down.
Oh, that fully meltdown Neko this, and he does not really have an answer to that. But yet again, the dragon will go down to the side of Triple S, so as they will have a Storm drop right in their faces. But there's too little too late. They got collapsed upon and absolutely got deleted.
Dragon down, 4 kills over the side of Team Triple S, and then Shinzo is late towards the party due to that death timer here, and with that, they have to check the replay here. So, what exactly went down for us? Dragon has to start it coming in for Team Triple S. Neko this burning down with all the Triple S to win this big team fight. Get the Drake, get that mid tower, and they are so far ahead against their opponents.
Yeah, and they were also forced to run upwards into their enemy's jungle as well. There's no realistic outcome out of dueling, so I mean, they were basically having their hands tied around their backs. Like you said, the recall timings really have thrown things off a little bit, and now we start back at square one. Both sides sitting at 11, but when you have 3 Drakes in hand for the side of Triple S, this is just gonna make matters worse. I mean, you take a look at this Lee Sin, he's going pretty much the full bruiser build, as well as dealing a hefty chunk on top of having a Mountain Drake to give you more of all these survivability. I mean, that's just bad news all around.
Yeah, you're not gonna be feeling too good here. So maybe the next upcoming dragon in the span of like 30 seconds, you need to think about what you need to do next, right? Maybe get like a beautiful team fight and ace into a Baron. That's your comeback potential here. At the very least, as long as you don't get ace into a Baron angle, it's still fine for Sparky.
Yeah, speaking of that, it does seem like there is a slight challenge onto Shinzo, but he was pretty much the aggressor, but it just diluted his pawn. Now, we'll see whether if Kiwi's going to answer back. He's just going to commit with the cease and desist, and here comes a great block, bringing that Equalizer into play, separating the sides of Triple S, but they will still collapse upon the rest of Sparky as they slowly crumble and fall. Once again, Arashi answers, but it will be the stolen Dragon's Rage to buy just about enough space for Broken to break free.
Absolute disastrous play coming in from Sparky. They use the season desist on towards the Xayah with ultimate and immediately backfire on towards them, which allowed this team fight to go easily over to the side of Team Triple S. And with that, Win falls, Shinzo falls, Wally falls, and the goalie just exponentially just grows for the side of Team Triple S.
Yeah, I mean, it basically crumbled instantaneously. I think that Shinzo didn't really follow a clean angle for that cease of desist, and yet again, that was pretty much a brute force tactic that really didn't yield all too much for the side of Sparky.
Yeah, it wasn't easy, right? Sparky, they knew what they wanted to do, force a big play, utilize the positioning coming in from Broken and Shinzo to nuke down the first target here, but you're ulting a Xayah with Feather Storm, which can literally dodge your ultimate as a Vi. That's the counterplay button here, and then it immediately backfired on towards Sparky, which resulted in what? 3 quick kills in quick succession for the side of Team Triple S?
So, yeah, it's pretty much a tough lot for the Vi in that sense. And seems like there is going to be a potential pickup. He jumps right into the Herald, but it will be having Shelly taken out very quickly. That Equalizer is only going to buy maybe a couple of seconds for his teammates to arrive. And here comes Cease and Desist over onto Ice Lemon Tea. And there will be a follow-up coming from Fila eventually, as they do get a couple kills back right in. And it is once more a full ace in the hands of Spark Triple S this time around.
Only Ice Lemon Tea falls in that exchange. Baron is up for grabs here for the side of Team Triple S. And replay-wise, Wally's Herald got taken down, so he's left to eat dirt. When broken, you can't cancel the TP. So as of this point, they're forced to commit towards this play. But when you're 6,000 gold behind, you just don't have enough damage to realistically take down these big beefy boys, Arashi and Neko. They just lost so much time for Filia to arrive to clean up this play.
Oh, I just absolutely love the playmaking potential of Ophelia. You saw he flashes over, he does everything right and into making every setup happen for the side of Triple S. And also, like you said, the kind of commitment once again coming from the side of Sparky, once again looking very disjointed, where they do see like maybe a couple of all these areas where perhaps they might be able to convert something, but they are pretty much too far to respond, and yet again they overcommitted.
Yeah, they have to find some way somehow to win this upcoming team fight, right? Dragon has been started here, coming in from the side of Team Sparky here. Yeah, Knife's Edge, 9,000 gold down, and this might be the Hail Mary play that they're looking for.
Yeah, something has to give here, and he goes in for the flash! A big one, but the Thunderstorm comes right to answer it. Wild Growth to keep it alive, but it will be the rest of Triple S slowly having a little bit of an exchange where they will see Broken just trying his level best to survive, and yet again, it's another ace in the back for Triple S.
It was a really good attempt coming in from the side of Team Sparky. They found the Vi ultimate. Let's take a look at the replay here, right? The fight started with a Q flash coming in from Shinzo, connecting the quickness coming in from the stolen Rakan ultimate here. They take down Zaya, they take down multiple of these members here, but Arashi wasn't there. And he came late to the party, and he still managed to take out all the remaining members here. And with that, Soul goes over the side of Team Triple S, and then that goalie, it grew to a 10,000 right now against Sparky here. So their level of confidence is just plummeting after that play.
Yeah, brimming right now, and right now it does not seem like there is going to be much of a choice than a potential Baron grab coming in from the side of Sparky, but easier said than done. I mean, overall, all the tools to trade is there for the side of Triple S to also overwhelm them. And just level differences alone is already something to be dealt with. But Shinzo has been proactive, but can he get out of this alive? Oh boy, he's pretty much stuck right here, and that is going to be a kick that does connect. Season, this is only buys a second right now. They will have to let Shinzo go down all alone. And now with the jungler gone, this is absolutely free for the taking for Triple S. I'm warped though.
They want to fight. He went towards the backline. Pretty well warped here. Finds their target on towards Win. Win is kiting. He's still looking to do more damage. Blaze has arrived. And with that hammer towards the sky, they send Win towards that grave. And Broken will be the next to fall. Lulu does flash away from that cannon blast. But with 4 down, Baron will be given over freely into his side of Triple S.
Oh, that was pretty much the chokehold right there. I mean, overall, as much as they were trying to back away, there's literally no room at all due to the play coming in from the side of Neko, bringing the entire squad into the perfect spot, and they were just absolutely segregated in that sense. So, in essence, I don't see any sort of opportunity that Sparky could basically buy maybe another 10 more minutes in play to keep their hopes and dreams alive for the grand finals.
What I can imagine is potentially like what? 5-man stolen quickness coming in from Broken, into the equalizer, into free hit coming in from the Lulu Yunara. That could be potentially the comeback play, but you gotta imagine, they have Mountain Soul, they have Baron buff, they have tree pushing lanes. It's gonna be extremely hard for Sparky to find that 1% chance.
Yeah, it's just absolutely excruciating right now for them to actually deal with this current scenario. And every single camp will be slowly taken away from them at the very same time. Shinzo doing what he could to try to form a hole. Still will have a little bit of room to try to maybe form a little bit of a contest here. But definitely they will have to let this inhibitor slide, where it's just not worth too much of a risk. So Sparky, they will have to really measure on when exactly do they actually go for an opportunity. And like I said, Realm Warp now over top side. We'll have weak side Wally eating off into safety. Now
it's a bit of a taxi ride towards that top side to put more damage on towards this tier 3. You have like 3 cannon and you're just like pummeling down on this high ground tower here, so it's gonna be falling relatively fast. And inhibitor, second one, already exposed for side of Team Sparky.
Yeah, no answer so far. And perhaps this might just be where they will have to throw everything that they've got over onto Triple S. There we go. Flash coming in from the side of that goal. He gets the lead instantaneously. And here comes the quickness as well, trapping them in place. And there's just no crumbs left on the table as the rest of Triple S will now book that rematch in the grand finals as Shinzo watches his Nexus falls. Triple S might just be the team to enter to the finalists, as we do have a meeting being set up in the next best of 5 to come. Team Essence now overwhelms the rest of Sparky.
Does Arashi, Nekodes, Blaze, and Philia, they will be fighting against for that final spot against Gucci. So, we've seen how these two teams play back in the upper finals where it went to a full extent of 1-2. So now, coming into a BO5 setting, with the addition of the Fearless Draft, that's just going to be a spicy matchup coming in from both Team Essences and also Gucci.
Yeah, the last time they met, it was a very close call, 2-1 scoreline in favor of Gucci. And I'm pretty assured that they are back with vengeance this time around. And you saw the potential that this team has. And I mean, overall, Sparky has their own qualities, but at a certain point, Triple S, they just got this game under control. Like, it just started to look like it's a walk in the park after 15 minutes or so, after all these long haul fights. And despite how hard Sparky tried, they just could not break the rest of Triple S.
And this is such a big upgrade coming in for South Team Essences, where their previous showdown with Sparky went to the full extent of 2-1, and every single game was super back and forth. And coming in towards this lower finals, they just showed much more class compared to Team Sparky. Just, I would say, destroyed them in a dominating fashion.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with the player of the match, Arashi. Look at the impact he has on both the Nocturne as well as the Lee Sin. Even more so in this matchup where you saw a lot of great quality plays happening. Well, he has been able to also secure every single objective around the bottom side of the river. Well, they are okay with allowing some of these to go over onto the side of Sparky, but overall, it's just Arashi being everywhere across the map, making some of all these big plays happen together with Nico.
Yeah, game 1, it was the Nocturne safely farming to that level 6. Game 2, it's all about the Lee Sin setting up the momentum. And we saw how he was playing that Lee Sin. Yes, he got taken down by Shinzo and broken in towards that early game. But the way they utilized the Realm Warp to punish Win in towards that bottom lane and converting that bottom Win into Drakes was just magnificent game plan coming in from the side of Essences.
Yeah, and it really felt like there are some of all these trades that look pretty decent coming from the side of Sparky, but overall, there were a couple of times that they got caught red-handed, and overall, with the highlights, for us to show you the exemplary plays you guys get to enjoy, while we prepare you the grand finals coming up next.
ดูสิโดนอะไรก็ไม่รู้ว่าคอลเลกเตอร์เข้ามา
the 1v1 is I comes out on top. They have to.
โดนมาได้เอาไว้แต่ว่าเป็นเรื่องของราแฟน
Here comes the hero's entrance. They have the have
โดน
to.
โดนมาได้เอาไว้แต่ว่าเป็นเรื่องของราฟาเอล
Here comes the hero's entrance. They have the speed.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCP 2026 Wildcard Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore qualifiers, and we are in the grand final here. Gucci versus Sensis. Gonna be a rematch of the upper bracket finals. I'm here, Yoda. Joining me is Sagi, and I wanna hear his opinion on this specific matchup. How do you think it's gonna be?
5 games, Qontra. 5 games, all the way. I mean, it's gonna be a nightmare for casters, but at very least for viewers, for the fans at home watching, I think from what we see back in the upper bracket finals, post-streamers and whatnot, I think Gucci and Essences, it won't end in 3-0. I feel like it's gonna be like 3-1 at very least, like it's gonna be like more than 3 games. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think like these are the two best teams we have over in the IDMY-SG region. Because you know, with Gucci, we have like some of the veteran players in like Born This Way, Nisavaski, and also with the challenger here coming from the lower bracket finals, we have like also Arashi and Nekodes who are like popping off on the lower bracket finals match, and they cleaned it up 2-0. So it's gonna be very interesting to see as we look in the brackets. Gucci won the upper final 2-1. But maybe today it's gonna be a different story.
Every day is different, right? Like we've seen like in the upper semi-finals, Sparky and Triple S, they went through the full extent, and I watched back some of the games. It was really difficult for Team Triple S to actually win against it. But today in the lower finals, they crushed it. So maybe it's gonna be slightly different in the upper finals compared to the finals in the ZO5.
Yeah, and you know, with the likes of Born This Way in the jungle versus Arashi, is gonna be an interesting matchup here over in the jungle side of both teams. And as we see the lineup of both teams, starting from, I think it's gonna be Gucci first. We have like one JW on the top lane, Born This Way on the jungle, and Savaski on the mid lane, with Austerity here coming as a bot laner, and as a vet from the Philippines here is some kind of an import for our region and is playing as a support. How do you think this roster compared to maybe last season or last year?
I think it's interesting, right? Where LJW or 1JW for this way, Austerity, they've been in the internal esports, which went all the way into the LCP wildcard. So for this team, they're no side of competition, but this time around, they are against their opponent, which is Team Essences, which do have a lot of these, I would say, old school players who has had play in the LCP before. In this roster, we have players such as Dust, Arashi, Nekodes, Blaze, and Philia, and you see Arashi, Blaze, and Philia, you remind them of like what? They are run back to LCP, where they've been playing in that league for, as far as I know, like 6 months to 1 year.
Yeah. And as far as matchup is concerned, I believe these two teams or all the players are getting like already got to know each other very well, both in and out of game. So it's gonna be interesting how they set up for this specific grand final matchup. It's not gonna be best of 3, but instead we'll be playing in a best of 5 fearless draft series, in which draft is gonna be interesting. And I think the first 3 games gonna be like well prepared, have to be well prepared for both teams. How do you think? Like, maybe we'll start with the Senses. In the first game, they drafted a heavy dive composition against Team Sparky. And how do you think they're gonna be like against Gucci? Are they gonna use that heavy dive comp again against Gucci, or are they gonna be like trying something different this time around?
I think composition-wise, we have seen more of these two teams prioritize their ADC and support duo in some of these strong 2v2 matchups. We have the Ezreal Karma, Porkinami, Lucian Milio, or things like the Ashe Seraphine, which Seraphine has been banned away. So these are specific duos that you need to watch out for, and I've seen Austerity and Azavet, they like to play things like the Kalista and Renata. So I think 2v2 towards the bottom lane, especially important coming in for both of these teams.
Like speaking of 2v2 as well, I think we also mentioned it off camera about the like resurgence of the ADC. As of the recent patches, like ADCs are coming back, replacing the mage bot lanes are like slowing down a bit across all regions. But do you see like there are still a couple of mage bot lane picks they like both teams can use maybe as a like surprise pick or a pocket pick this time?
I think Ziggs is still one of the key picks towards that bottom lane. I feel like if you pick Ziggs, Renato, and Ziggs, you can really punish that bottom lane easily and make sure that the late game carries that they're looking for, they will sort of suffer. Yes, the roaming supports has been nerfed, but at the very least, mage bot lanes against what 3 magic resist increase is not that big of a buff to immediately remove that mage bot lane here. So maybe it's a team composition thing or a playstyle thing, but I don't think any of these two teams will like to prioritize towards that mage bot lane until maybe game 4 or game 5.
Yeah, because I think again with the fearless draft, all the like the first 3 games are going to be like well prepared, but I think in the case of game 4 and game 5, it's just like improvising upon what both teams already picked. But we see Savaski here with the Ari first pick, blind pick as well. It's gonna be very important to pick Ari as a first pick. How do you see Ari being picked for Savaski here over here?
It's interesting, right? You will want something like a jungle pick or support pick that can actually lock him down so that Ari can utilize that charm to hit. Like Vi, immediately taken away because you don't want a Vi into a Ari combination to just like do menacing plays towards that side lane. So that's a good pick away if you're coming into Triple S. My question is, do they pick the Locke here so far? Locke has been one of the highest ban rate champions throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, and it's going to be an opportunity. Locke can also be a flex pick, I believe, for both teams. And we see Ambessa gonna be picked by... Yeah, this is gonna be a solid pick. Also, you can like punishes the backlines of Team Gucci. And we see over like in the like first game, Ambessa's from Dust has been like exceptionally well throughout the game. And also we have Wukong as well, because Fai is already picked over on the other side of the team, but Wukong is also a good 2v2 complementary matchup for Ari against any mid laner that Senses are gonna pick, because you know you have the setup with Charm, and Cassandra is gonna be the matchup in the top lane.
How do you view the Cassandra against the Ambessa for the top lane, especially like 1JW?
Yeah, I think like Sante has the opportunity to come up later in the game, but for like first three levels, I think it comes down to again one factor is mechanical skill for each player. The second one is whether like Fai or Wukong will prioritize top lane as their like Ambessa. If he gets prioritized, he gets early advantage in the first couple of minutes in the early game, like 3:15, he can really be a good threat for Gucci, and you don't want that to happen, of course.
And pairing up with like a Talia and also Vi in towards that side lane, the side lane pressure is going to be immense coming in from the side of Team Essences against Gucci here. So imagine you are just like shoving side lane as an Ari, and then you get locked down by a Vi coming in with the Beaver's Wall from Nikodes. That's going to be easy lockup and comboing coming in from Essences, especially against the side laners of Gucci.
Yes, I like the Talia pick actually here from Essences, as I think Nekodesu has been showing us how to make use of the side lane pressure from mid lane, as we've seen with his Rise play last game on the lower bracket finals. Here in Talia with the Weaver's Wall, he can easily access both sides of the map very easily whenever he's needed, and also he can get priority over with Ari as the matchup with so good, like with a wave clear potential so good that I think it's gonna be a good matchup for Talia side here on the mid lane in 1v1 situation. Also with Fai Aram, if the situation calls for a 2v2 Talia and fight can be like synergized so well here, as we see the final bans of each team, mostly ADCs, marksmen, but now Lucian has been picked for Lace.
I think it's a good pick, right? You want to remove the Lucian Milio, Lucian Nami, these sort of competitions against opponents here. So locking in a Yunara Lulu into a Lucian Milio, that's not going to be an easy lane matchup here. If the Lucian is able to snowball that lane, and then you have like strong side lane pressure coming in from the Kalia and also the Vi to cause menace, it's going to be, I would say, a snowball effect coming in from Team Essences if they want to set up Blaze for great success. But if it's the late game, I think late game wise, it's looking pretty good for Gucci.
Yeah, I mean, they have Yunara, they have like a Sanpei as well, like 3 items to Sanpei will deal so much, not only damage, but also like confuses the like formation of the essences, so Milio is gonna have a hard time coming into the late game for Team Essences. But early game wise, I see the potential with Vitalia here, as you have mentioned, and Lucian Milio. We have to remember that level 2 Cryo is gonna be so strong if utilized correctly, and we'll see what will they prioritize on the early game. Is it gonna be like Lucian Milio side to punish Yunara and Lulu? But also I think for Gucci, they also have the opportunity to read the early game movement, especially from Vi, because Wukong is also very, I think, a good pick to punish overextension or maybe just like overcommitment from Essences, in which like if you are playing Vi, you burn summoners, you overcommitted, then Wukong is a really good pick to punish them.
And it's also like a good, I would say, disengaged move, right? Like, yes, you have like strong engage coming in from the Bessa, the Vi, to go for that backline, but if you are walking into a Wukong throw and a double Cyclone, it's pretty hard to pull off your full combo if you are getting knocked up for days coming in by Born This Way's Wukong. So, to your point, early to mid game is looking really, really good for Team Essences, but when it goes to the late game, the big team fight is revolving around the Yunara. It's gonna be quite difficult if Gucci manages to scale towards that late game, and especially if it's a late game, Team Essences is not gonna had it easy.
Yeah, true. And Ambessa is gonna have to do a lot of work to punish the Yunara, especially with longer spacing from Yunara as late game goes on. With full items, also Lulu Wild Grove will also help Yunara survive throughout the fight if needed. And we also see like Kasante, Wukong all around the good fighters, good like synergize on 5v5 situations, and Ari, Ari just being Ari with like charms and like the repositioning and the flanks and all that stuff is gonna be dealing so much damage on the mid game. And I think it depends on also the mid lane matchup. Ari can also snowball if like he's given the right opportunity, the right space, and also maybe if they can punish the 2v2 movement on like from Vi and Talia, and he can also build Magi from there. I see the potential of like one-shotting everyone from like Essences, especially like Milio and Lucian, who are like kind of squishy, and also Talia, before they can even react.
Yeah, it's all about a level 6, right? If you can land that finishing charm, stack that Dark Hue, stack that Magi here, and then expand your lead into that side lane, then maybe that's where Savaski can actually pop up. We've seen some wondrous or like potential high mechanical RV plays throughout the history of League, right? That one RV play coming from Baker against Hansama to close out the game. So maybe those are the plays that Savaski can pull off coming in towards this grand final. If you step foot into the grand final with a proper win, that's going to be a feel-good moment, especially for a team, because in a BO5, it's going to be long and exhausting if it goes to the full extent of Team 5.
Yeah, it's gonna be a battle of attrition, of course, for both teams. But we have to remember also, Ari is the first pick, the priority pick coming from Gucci. So of course they're gonna utilize him, utilize this Ari, and make sure like the prio is gonna pay off in the first game. We are still waiting for the game to start. Also, maybe while waiting, we also wanted to remind you that the winner of this qualifier will advance to the wildcard playoffs alongside the Philippines qualifier winners and also the Thailand qualifiers. And also there's also the regional last chance qualifier. And it's gonna be opening next week for players across the region who, still want to try one more time again. They still have one more chance. That's why it's called last chance qualifier. And also, they do not have to fight to the open run of the LCQ if the second place team of each qualifier, whoever loses this grand final, will also be seeded directly to the open run of the LCQ, so they don't have to like fight back all the way from the beginning. So yeah, there's also a chance next week gonna be open for registration. So all of you watching, if you're still like playing and maybe watching all these grand final teams and you feel like, I can like get better than these two teams, then you're free to sign up.
Yeah, free to sign up, compete, and win. Even if you don't make it to all the way to the grand finals, you can still get goodies, emotes, and skin and icons all the way. But this is the grand finals of the LCP wildcard featuring Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia. This is Gucci that has been waiting and being undefeated throughout the entire qualifiers against Team Essences, who is looking for revenge against their opponents here. This will kickstart the grand finals for that LCP wildcard qualifiers.
Really excited to see how they play this early game because so much potential for 2v2, especially with Ari Faro and also the Vitalia. Arashi, we see in the lower bracket finals is playing like pre-actively across the map, across the lanes, trying to make plays for his team. But in this matchup against Gucci, a team that have been facing before, it's gonna be not easy, not as easy as they thought they might be. And also,
yeah, it was a really close BO3, right? That we saw Gucci going up against Team Triple S. It went all the way to the full extent, 1-1 and 2-1. But a little bit play here coming in onto his Ice Lemon team. He uses Q to pull up some range, but he takes a lot of damage in this early play here, which allows Born This Way 7 and also 1JW to go for this rip-off invade to start the game.
Yeah, we see Araki 1v1ing in the Raptor. We want to steal this. We want to try to fight. The 2v2 not against the top laner, but also Nekodes who joins fight. Arashi is here. Tries to getting some help. It's going to be 3v3. Sparky here is going to help as well. But for this
Comfortable
way,
win. Comfortable win for the side of Team Essences here. They also cancel out the recall and they get first blood on towards Nekodes. They do trade their lives though, but this also makes Ice Lemon team miss his recall here. Yes, he gets the kill, but with that kill itself, the wave state is looking horrendous for the side of Team Triple S.
Yeah, Sparky burning his flash, but it's worth it, I guess, because he gets first blood and also he gets a prio. For again, I think I mentioned it previously before we get into the game that this Ari prio has to be utilized in a very like aggressive way, I would say. But so far, yeah, I think that's what's happening now. Over in 2 minutes of the game.
They
Dark
steal away the
Seal.
Raptors. They got the kill on towards the side of Nekodes. Yeah, he burned through that entire play, but that Foxfire hit extremely hard. That was a very methodical damage calculation coming in from the side of Sparky.
Right now, with the actual Dark Seal, it's gonna be getting much of the prio from pushing the waves here against Alia. But we see now level 2 prio coming from Lucian and Leo. It's also a good play from Nekodes as well. 1v1 now. Fi comes in. Now Sparky doesn't have flash, so it's a good trade for Arashi, who will get the kill now.
Very good punishment coming in for the side of Team Triple S. They got the timer of the flash, and then if Nekodes didn't land the flick, it wouldn't be a kill. As you can see from this replay itself, nice Q coming in from Nekodes, and this was after the play itself. Arashi coming in with the charge Q just to finish off the play itself. So this brings back Triple S into an equal position after that early game disaster.
True, and also sets up Arashi for setting up Fusion for like next couple of minutes. Gonna be easier job to track Born This Way down and to like plan for the next movement for the next couple of minutes.
in this early game itself, right, aside from looking at the mid jungle, the bottom lane is something to look at because take a look at Austerity and Azavet. That's already a what, 13 CS lead on a Yunara Lulu against a Lucian Million.
Oh yeah, it's not looking good.
I mean, with an aggressive setup like this, you're not expected to lose, but you're losing like what, 2 waves of minion against your ADC support opponent here. So you're not gonna be feeling that good if you're honest at Essences here because you need this lane to win.
Yeah, and obviously with Lucian Leo, you have to like get the pressure as early as possible towards Yunara, and now Lucian is 2 waves behind, and also getting pressured from Lulu as well. So it's gonna be a tough job for Lucian to catch up on the gold. Being behind, you see some trade here for both of the marksmen. So,
Very aggressive trading.
yeah.
Well, they still do have their summoner spells here coming in from the side of Gucci's dual lane. So if they were to go for an all-in, damage calculation will be really important for the side of Team Triple S to realistically get that played out.
Yep. And now we see some of the matchup on the top lane. Ice Lemon T gets his level 5 and some pressure, but the state of the lane is still pretty equal for both sides. You see like another trade from Lucian, but also maybe this time around
my
Yunara
gosh!
gets the kill, and flashes are worth it for Yunara. Again.
That was pixel perfect calculation coming in from Austerity. Blaze didn't have his barrier of cooldown here, and Weaver Roar coming in towards the bottom side here. Nekodes finding the flick on towards Austerity here. Austerity on 724 gets taken down by Arashi here, and Azavet gets blown apart as well. 2 quick kills in comparison for the South Team SSS after that initial play.
And also a good answer from Team Essence, as they know this 2v2 will be like a bloodbath in like, you know, the early game. So they are tracking down the movement, tracking down the action over the bottom lane. And so with flashes down from Yunara, it's gonna be an easy job also for Talia with Weaver's Wall, and also by who catches both of the bot laners.
It goes back to a conversation back during the pick and bans where this mid duo coming in from Team Essences is just too important. Every time there's a play happening on towards the map, they'll immediately come down with the Weaver's Wall, come down with Cease and Desist to look for those big plays.
True. And 5. Arashi now gets 2 kills. It's good. He has a good like item progression now for like the next couple of minutes. But now Dragon is up for grabs, but no one's taking it for now. I think both junglers hit level 6 obviously. Born This Way still level 5, few XP away. But Arashi starting to counter jungle and maybe looking for a dive top lane.
Oh, he took away the Wolf, he took away the Grom. So the level 6 coming in from Born This Way 7 is going to be delayed indefinitely until some of his camps start respawning.
It's a good movement also from Arashi. Sees that like Born This Way still catching up with the amount of XP needed, but again, Pyramus in the bot lane as a vet on still level 5.
For a bit of a poke here. Level 6 here coming in for Austerity has the ultimate here, but they pull away with the Lucian dash away here. So that overall trade is in favor for the side of Essence's bot lane here. And with the presence of Nekodes and also Arashi, they might be looking for a bit of a 4v4 around this bottom river.
True. Now Born This Way is level 6. Sparky now is level 7 with Spirit Cross available. So maybe they're looking for a play, but not as of now, because they already see Talia missing from the map. Also Fi again, the 2v, the duo mid lane and jungle are trying to make plays across over to the bottom side of the map. So it's not a good time to make plays. But Savaski has been like trying to farm quite well now with Sunker's juice in his infantry. Now Ari, no, it's Ari. Sante, I mean.
It's all chill again, right? Especially in towards the top side. I've been looking at this matchup. Both top laners are just like farming, chilling with their lives. But overall in the CS department, it's looking pretty good for the side of Gucci, but in towards that jungle, Arashi is doing really well in escalating that lead that he has already built himself ever since that gang for Sebastian in that early.
Yeah. Now 3 point drops for the side of Gucci. Dragon is not playable. Now again 1v1 in the top lane. It's trying to make a movement here. We call going this way, but it's gonna back some damage for now. By sees out Wukong's position. You see back to top lane. Both players are battling it out. Arashi now counter jungles and smites out with a perfect timing of smite. Steals again. Born this way's jungle camp. It's gonna be a blue buff stolen.
For a bit of a play here in towards that river, Arashi misses that wall breaker on towards this lane 7 here. Nice to this list on towards the Ari here. Ari forced the move, but gets chain CC by the public execution here and born this way. He's out for the rolls. Double kill going in for that Ice Lemon Tea. That's just a beautiful CC chain coming in from Essences on towards Savaski.
Yes, the public execution hits that perfectly and also with additional kills. On top of that, really gets Ambessa up and running really quickly now for, you know, the dragon, or maybe just getting more pressure on top on the top lane. So now what Essence can do is just like trying to make plays with four members of the team, while Ambessa can be like with Eclipse on hand, can be, you know, operate independently as of now.
Yeah, with that 3-0-0 lead coming in from that Ambessa, that top lane is just going to be a commanding field coming in towards that he does. And we do see some of these objectives that's being given over to the side of Gucci. So we talk about it, right? You need room for the Yunara to scale towards that late game. And if you can control Dragon, that could be your play. Lucian's ultimate here. Just to put a bit of a poke here, we do see teleports coming in for that bottom lane. We have Pop's ultimate for the AoE cleanse. Sebastian forced the flash. This Dragon Pit has been given over entirely for the side of Team as they secure this Drake scot-free.
Yeah, I think it's a good like pressure coming from Essences. They know that maybe they can like try to get some pressure, but here Charm is missing back from Savaski. Now, yeah, no chance he can escape. But now Arashi with the flash, still Wild Throne coming out from Azafet, saving Yunara for now. But
this is not good coming in from the side of Gucci though. They have to give away this tower on towards that bottom side. Arashi has to season desist. Wukong coming in from Bone to 7 has to rotate back to defend this bottom lane, but HP bar wise, Essences, they're winning all around the map.
True. Right. It's now 2-7 for the side of Essences. Now with 11 minutes on the clock, we see another 1v1 coming for Ambessa. The all-out lane coming from Sante as well. This is gonna be dangerous for Ice Lemon Tea as he is 3 kills ahead, but it's getting shut down like a Sante. A bonus goal for Sante.
1JW with that solo kill here. Let's check out a replay on what exactly happened here. So 1JW takes on the damage here, a beautiful all-out to cancel out the crop control here. As of this point, you have so much armor on Cassante with that build. You got the Doran's Helm, you got the Tabbies, you got like what? Chainmail? So he doesn't do any damage against the Cassante in this matchup.
Yeah, now Sante is back into the game as we see maybe still a couple of more minutes before the next big objective comes into the game. But Arashi again with that counter jungle invade, doing so much to gain gold and gain advantage, and they can go over to the bottom lane again.
There's no one coming in from the side of Gucci to rotate for this here. You can see Born is way 7, his position is all the way deep into that backside of the map. So this tower might be going in favor for the side of Team Essences for more of a bit of a structural damage.
True, and as we see across the map, there's been Born this way farming on Krugs, but I think they seize an opportunity to do a 2v1 dive to Ambessa, so he'll be recalling back to the bottom side of the map. But Arashi now has been spotted, trying to steal his red buff again, getting more advantage for the side of Triple S, and with that smite secures it.
Yeah, almost 3,000 gold lead here from the side of Triple S. And this Lucian Lilio combination is starting to pop off. Nice plans coming in from the side of Lilia here, but ultimate pop coming in from the side of 724, chasing down and forcing the summoner spell to be used coming in from Essence Dueling.
Barely makes it there. Blaze almost not surviving, but now we see Velia trying to save this turret. Now Born this way as well.
Control gets tagged on by the season this year. The combination coming in from the mid jungle has failed. Coming in from Team Essence, Arashi left before dust in towards that bottom lane. We do see the teleport coming in from 1JW, but there won't be any much of a continuous play. But shutdown goes over to 724, and with this tower as well, that's gonna be a big Yunara going in towards that mid game.
Yes, I can see the gold swing happening anytime soon with that punishment for engage from Team Essence coming to the bottom lane. We see that the Cyclone like almost negates all of the attempts that Team Essence are doing, and Yunara is pretty much safe with that play from Born this way. Perfect Cyclone timing.
Also, like a split-second mistake coming in from Arashi and Nekodes, where Arashi went in 1 second too early on that ultimate, and then Neko wasn't able to connect with the flick and also E on the Talia, so that Born this way could actually make it out alive.
Oh, nice steal, by the way, from Born this way. Now, yeah, it's not necessarily a revenge steal for the objective, but as far as objective is concerned, we do have a Rift Herald coming in the minute 15, and now we see all the cooldowns have been like trying to be refreshed for both teams, and I think they're gonna wait for a couple more seconds before they try to set up on this objective.
Yes, the Dragon coming in the next 20 seconds, but if you're on the side of Gucci, you can probably take trade 1-for-1 between the Hero and also the Dragon. I do think that if you give away Dragon, stall for big item power spikes for the Yunara, that could be a game-changing moment if she gets like what 4 to 5 items towards that late game.
And meanwhile, Ari 1 or get Malignance out there. Obviously, Ari needs more DPS items to be able to make some plays and make some damages out. But we see now the Team Essence has been trying to pressure on the mid lane, because now there are 2 objectives on both sides of the map. You see now
Solo kill!
it's a play on the top side.
Okay, solo kill towards the top side. Nekodes popped his flash, probably got the final hit on towards the side of 1JW. That's gonna be an important one, and he also got away towards safety with the Weaver's Ball. So, in this specific play, what could have happened was a trade between 2 objectives, but Neko finding the kill on towards Ari with his 1JW, the flick into the Talia Q finisher. Wow, that's just such a well solo kill coming in from Neko.
True. Well executed. Now Born this way are trying to get pressure onto the top side of the map, but Neko Desu is going to clear this wave very easily. So nothing good she can do for now. Maybe he'll try to pick up some kills along the way. Not sure about that. Because they are still on cooldown, of course, the abilities. And also the ult. Neko Desu needs the ult to make plays across the map, but we see Team Essence are trying to set up around this Baron Pit to get that rebuild.
I like it, right? They're utilizing objective to force fight against their opponents here. So if Gucci wants to fight, this is not a good timing for them to fight, because we are seeing some big item power spikes start to come online, especially if the Bessa, the Wukong with Bessa, and also the Vi who's about to finish in like Black Fever. So these are important markers that Gucci are like, okay guys, we can't fight this, so let's just give this away. But giving this away also opens up their mid tower for the taking, because it's really low coming in from Gucci.
But at the same time, 1JW is trying to push this bottom turret. Of course, not gonna have too much time for that, as Team Essence is trying to push onto the top lane with the Rift Herald in hand. But it's definitely becoming Zavasky maybe trying to catch with the Spirit Rush, but maybe a little too late. Or
Oh, first of all, nice escape coming in from Neko once again. So That's going to be an important cooldown burn for the side of 1JW. No teleport for the next few moments here. As long as he can defend this, he can look for a play against Sagi. Doesn't hit the farm on towards here. Nice Q flash into the season desist coming in from Arashi. Deleting the Ari in this initial play. And Azabeth and also 1JW has to run for the hills. Azabeth barely surviving from that play itself. They are still chasing, but he pops the Q and he almost manages to make it out alive. But Arashi, oh, the final punch gets blocked by the Lulu E.
Okay, another attempt from Arashi.
He's waiting, he's waiting.
Right
Into the
now-
minions. Ah, he doesn't get it.
Right now he's just like not feeling well to dive now. But I think coming back,
damage.
okay, again on the top lane, another spear miss against Mesa and Sante. But I do want to talk about the play that has been happening over on the top side, where you know Ari just been punished perfectly by Arashi there. And that swings the momentum. You see the replay again coming. Sparky tries to get the charm over to Nicholas, but Arashi with the cease and desist. What drop cannot even save Ari from Sparky. But again, this is good swing of momentum as Triple S will also like seize on that, capitalize on that, and it gets them to the momentum now over to like 20 minutes of the game.
And you gotta be wondering, the Ari first pick, this was first pick by the side of Gucci. They wanted something from this Ari, but it's currently 1-5. Not the greatest game coming in from Sagi as of this point.
Yeah, I think it comes down to Team Essence just punishing down what Ari has been doing so far. Now Born This Way with some of the double buffs. Oh, is this one coming? It's not gonna do anything.
For playfair, so Born This Way has been caught out in the jungle
Weaver's
here.
Wall.
Weaver's Wall, sealing the escape path for this Wukong here. But there won't be any supplementary plays coming in from Team Essences. That could be a close call if they did catch on towards Gucci's jungle, which may result into a Baron play.
Yeah, true. Don't see any opportunity that can be capitalized on that. So there's no like pickoffs or hard CCs that can like follow them up with a shutdown. So again, they need to win fights before committing to Baron. And what Essence can do is utilize Vi and Talia to make pickoffs anywhere. Like any member of the Gucci has this like out of position, they spot it. If they spot it correctly and they like time it correctly, Gucci cannot answer. But we see another play.
Forward from Sparky, members coming in on towards Ice Lemon. I think he has to take on the little kill. Although Cupid doesn't land on towards Sparky with a nice side step. That's gonna be a big kill going in favor for the side of Gucci. They may as well be forcing this specific play on the Baron, but they respect it, they back off, and they need to tend towards the waves in that mid and bot lane.
It's also noted that they wasted so much ult to kill Ambessa on the top lane that basically there's no Cyclone, there's basically key ultimate to be able to contest the Baron. So I think it's a good trade overall for Gucci. They just like cannot capitalize further on that.
Yeah, there's no like additional play subsequent towards that where, okay, a kill doesn't lead towards a Baron, doesn't lead towards a Dragon, and this is a Hex Tech Drake that's being secured here, so the soul is going to be Hex Tech Soul, so they are just saying like, okay, you got our Dust top lane, so we're going to take this Dragon, we're going to force you in the next 5 minutes with a Dragon contention here. If you don't fight me, I'm going to get the potentially one of the best Dragon Souls in the game, which is Hex Tech.
So I think again Gucci, they still have Yunara in the game, and with 2 items and a half, you still need a couple more minutes to stall this game and to basically alleviate the pressure coming from Team Essence. This is actually for Yunara to finish off his items and potentially trying to salvage the game from a loss over on this first game of the grand finals here. The LCP. But it's gonna be a hell of a job right here for Gucci, as again they have to contest the next dragon or else gonna give away like Hextech Soul is not gonna look good for Gucci, even if they have like a 6-item Yunara.
Yeah, you're gonna be poked down by the Thalia Pebble. So you don't want that to actually happen. But talking about Yunara, it's a very good fail-safe hero, a champion where if let's say it goes towards that late game and the combo coming in from the Ambessa, Thalia, and Vi doesn't one-shot her, maybe, just maybe, we will see the Yunara hyper carry towards that late game because there is the Lulu to protect this Yunara.
True. And with Michaelis as well, so it's like the double protect with Wild Growth and Michaelis to like basically get that pressure off Yunara with the anti-CC from Lulu and also like additional sustain. And it comes down to how this Yunara can carry Gucci in the late game, as now they have been pressured across the map by Team Essence, and Team Essence are also looking for plays right here.
This is on towards the Lulu here. The Thalia Flick finds the Lulu, and Lulu has to use the Wild Growth on towards herself. Disengaging from this specific play. Culling lands on towards Born This Way 7. Born This Way has to run for the hills. So with the HP bars being chunked down heavily, this could be a Baron Star coming in from Team SSX.
True. Now Ice Lemon Tea is also joining. Will collapse onto the Baron Pit. Now without any Cyclone from the side of Gucci. It's gonna be quite tough, but a good pick-off maybe can save this game to Gucci.
Turning on towards the side of 1JW, they don't find the wall breaker on towards that tanky Casante. Casante is a brick wall that they have to respect here. So with 2 minutes on the Dragon here, they recognize that, hey, let's not troll this game with a Baron flip. Let's respect the timer and let's play for the Dragon that's going to be spawned later on.
True. It's also important for both junglers to stay alive for the next 2 minutes, as if one of these junglers die, it's gonna be like game over for Dragon basically, especially if Born This Way getting kicked off by Team Essence. Gonna be like a free Dragon Soul basically for the side of Team Essence, and I think you don't want that to happen. You need Gucci to collapse his wife with Yunara and Lulu on the back line, and yeah, they must play safe as of now.
Yeah, for Gucci is about that one pivotal moment, right, where it's going to be at the Dragon Pit, it's going to be at the Baron Pit, find that perfect moment for 724 with Austerity for the big DPS moment. As of this point, he is pretty capped off with like what, 3 items. You have the Runans, the Kraken, and also the Lord Doms. So that's going to be big items coming in for the ADC. If he can survive in the team fight with the help of the Lulu, with the help of the Cyclone, for example, that is gonna out DPS whoever that's coming in from Team Essence. But only if she can survive. Only if she can survive.
True. And let's not count out Auri as of now. Even though like Savaski is behind in terms of kills, but as far as item is concerned, he's now like gets like Lich Bane on top of his Malignant. So DPS wise, it's not gonna do like pretty much the expected amount of damage, but he still is like
It's decent.
can be. Yeah.
It's not bad. If you land a good charm on towards like what, the Melio or the flanking Ambessa, that could be key. But 127 going in for the Cyclone here. Nice respect flash coming in from Blaze. But Blaze gets CC down, gets taken out by the Yunara in that first initial play, and that opens up that mid lane tower here. Arashi finding the play on towards the Yunara on Austerity. Austerity is still alive, gets taken down as a return kill, but without your ADC, there's just no more damage coming in from the side of Gucci, and Gucci, one after another, they fall in towards the hands of Savaski on his Ambessa. One more to go, and Ari, 1JW, has nowhere else to run, and it's gonna be an ace for the side of Team Triple S.
A very good response from Team Essence as they spot like an opportunity for Arashi to split up both Austerity and also like Yunara and Lulu. We see on the replay here, like as a bet, now it gets like Wild Growth on top of Yunara, but now we see Azepet being kicked off by Ice and also like doesn't like get a good opportunity to save Yunara from Vi and Ambessa. Without Yunara, Gucci is like down a pretty much good amount of damage potential, and that's what they do. They're just like trying to collapse onto Yunara, and yeah, it's a good thing that they execute this program.
I think it's also down to whether or not that you were able to find the kill on first Lucian. Yeah, you got the Lucian, but you burned so much mobility spells, so much supportive spells coming in from the Lulu and also Yunara, which allowed the flank coming in from Arashi and Ice Lemon Tea to find the Yunara in towards the backline. Yeah, you got the Lucian, but you lost your win condition, which is the Yunara, and with you being ace, that opened up Soul, and with Soul 5,000 gold lead, they're gonna be forcing the Baron pit and then making sure that, hey, you don't want the Baron, then you lose the Baron. If you want the Baron, you're forced to fight under the influence of the Dragon Soul.
It's gonna be, I think, from Indonesia and also lazy Lucian. You can see now, tier 1 turrets finally getting down, or not, because the calling is out and also Vi is coming.
So much damage coming in from the Vi. They're looking for the play on towards the backline here. Born this way 7, first to fall for the side of Gucci here. The tank on towards the Cassandre melted down immediately, and with 4-5 members chasing down Austerity, he has nowhere to go. A final flip coming in from Neko to seal the deal with an ace, a second one for the side of Team Triple S, and they are looking for the game 1 win.
Rosie, let's look back at the replay. It's just like a good movement, good call from the side of Team Athens just to rush it down towards mid lane with all of the players not ready. It's not a 5v5 because Sebasti is late to the party, and with Yunara with Flash as well, but a good flick from Talia seals down the kill, and I think they don't get and deserve that. Still a good play nevertheless.
It sends the side of Gucci further and further back into their wing position here. So the next time that they fight, maybe it's gonna be a Baron, maybe it's gonna be an Elder. So it's gonna be a worrying signal for them. But let's talk a bit more on Gucci, right? Where if they can find the miracle play, protect the Yunara until the end of the team fight, then maybe they can make a comeback here. But with the acceleration on the game, with this Baron play, this could be the final nail in the coffin that SSS needs to finish up the game.
So I think we're gonna try it born this way, forced to be out, and it's gonna be a free Baron for the side of Team Essence, as now we are 3 minutes away from Elder Dragon. 3 minutes for Gucci to sort it out.
It's gonna be hard. Like, you have to handle 3 Baron waves simultaneously crashing towards your base. If you miss position, you're gonna be caught by a season disc coming in from the Vi. And you look at Yunara, probably like a what? 2.5 minutes until her flash actually comes up, so they don't really have much space to actually play in these specific moments.
Yeah. Especially they have to deal with the super minions coming for the mid lane, also potentially on the top side of the map, as well as Baron buff will bring all the minions from the top side onto the inhibitor here on the top side.
Baron minions here, double cannon wave is just shoving down this top tier 2. It's gonna be going down easily for the side of Team Essence here. Ram does land onto Arashi here, but he's pretty tanky. He is okay with taking that damage here. They play it safe, they play it chill, they just looking for a flank from Born this way. So Flash engage on towards the side of Blaze. Blaze has to reposition. He gets hit by the Ari Chopper. Immediate plans coming in from Miller, but it's not enough. Meanwhile, towards the backline here, Ice Lemon Tea finding the flank. 1v3 coming in from the Cassandre, but he gets melted down by the Talia Pebbles here. As of this point, we do see a Weaver's Run going in towards deep in towards the backline here, but they are just forcing away Gucci from any conditional play with Ice Lemon Tea teleporting all the way from base. They might be looking for the game-winning push.
True is 4v4 situation right here. Gucci has successfully shut down Lucian, but now Arashi with the flash, now with the flick. Yunara is down. Now it's a good opportunity for Team Essence to bring down that Nexus and wins the first game of the Grand Finals of LCP World Cup qualifiers for IDMYSG. And they got it.
Such a clean execution coming in from the mid and jungle of the side of Team Triple S. Every single place, every single lane that they visited, they managed to find kills after kills after kills. And most importantly, Blaze dropping back-to-back in these team fights didn't matter at all, because Ice Lemon Tea does on that Ambessa was just able to find backline flanks after one another.
Yeah, and what I like about this game from Team Essence is that it's like they utilize the Fire and Talia so good that they like find opportunities after opportunities, and they capitalize on that. They basically make Ari's like the Ari first pick from Gucci not exactly playable in this game, like not exactly doing much, even though, you know, we see like Sparky was trying to make plays here and there, but you know, like Arashi read the play correctly, right? Like punishes down the Ari's movements, and we see like a lot of flank plays coming from Wukong, trying to like salvage the game to save that Gucci from like just basically swing the game towards their favor, but they just like didn't find any good opportunity.
It didn't allow it. We were looking at potential plays coming in from the Qontra to potentially carry that lead in fight, but there's just so much lockdown coming in from the side of Team Triple S, where you have Ambessa, the Vi, the Talias. Yeah, Lucian can go down, but once this Lunara mispositions, that's gonna be GG for the side of Gucci. And we will be heading towards a short break before we bring you more action on this grand finals. Don't go ahead.
side. The 1v1 Isai comes out on top.
If they have to.
ฟิลเอาไว้แต่ว่าเป็นเรียบรับแฟน
Here comes the hero's entrance. They have the speed.
And once again, you're tuning in to, of course, one of the hottest action coming in from Southeast Asia. It's the LCP wildcards qualifiers, and of course, it features Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. Here in the grand finals, we're seeing our finalists making some big waves, especially coming in from Team Essence, where we saw them ride on that momentum to bring the first win out of this best of 5. Yota, you were casting that matchup. I think like it was such a gritty performance coming in, which we saw almost a flawless run coming out of Team Essence.
True, it's not necessarily like a one-sided game, so to speak, but we see a lot of like good plays coming out from like from Nekodesu and Arashi making plays here and there, so that I think with both Fi and Wukong coming down, unplayable for game 2 onwards, it's gonna be up for both teams to be picking a good set of junglers as well. I think the 2v2 mid lane jungler has been vital across this series, and it's gonna be very important for both teams to pick their combo. It's gonna be like 2v like either like a good bot lane combo or a good 2v2 mid lane and jungle combo.
Yeah.
I think this is gonna be like very important coming to game 2 of the series.
I think that overall, back in game 1, it was some really good reads on how Essences have been able to draft and find answers in all fronts, especially with Nekodesu taking that Talia. There's so much value because you saw how many dashes were in the kits of these members coming in from Gucci. But of course, they're going to switch things up since we're already here on game 2 with the Fearless draft also kicking in effect. So first pick, not too telling. Otherwise, with the Jace, which is a very staple when it comes down to, blue-sided pick, I'm kind of surprised as well on, Gucci going back on the blue side for the second time coming. I think, like, overall, they've had great ideas. It's just that they were halted in the early game, so they are definitely trying to draft something that is going to be a little bit more flexible. So Essences, they answer back. They want raw firepower. They find it in Arashi as well as does Syndra and Jarvan.
Yeah, good 2v2 setup again, like we mentioned earlier. Like this Syndra and Jarvan combo is gonna be bring so much potential into like any stages of the game, whether it's in early game with Black and Drag and Scatter the Weak, or like late game with Cataclysm and Unleash Power to delete one player of Gucci. But now I'm interested in the first pick of Jace coming from Gucci. I believe this Jace pick can be flexed onto like 3 different roles. Either like you are both solo lanes can be fine, or as a jungler. But if you are playing Jace as a jungler, of course you need good setup on like the top side and the middle side of the map to utilize this like properly. And now we see Pantheon. So Pantheon's most likely gonna be the jungler for this game for Gucci, and Jay's gonna be maybe on like top lane as of now.
Yeah, when we take a look at this comment, so Lori very telling that they're going for a very poke heavy kind of draft, and you're also looking at a double flex in potential because you could also have the Pantheon jungle. We haven't seen top lane Pantheon for a very long time. Regardless of the case, Essence is going to bring in Olaf to just storm through the gates, look for whoever's at the back. Though very likely it is going to be hindering the Pantheon as well, where if you try to stun somebody, he's just going to basically ball him down. But overall, this is the first half of the draft where we already had a lot of all these jungle options taken out the list. So this might be difficult if we're actually saving for maybe a late jungle draft coming in. So very likely than not, we would expect either the Pantheon. I'm still thinking that the Jace is still pretty much flexible. They don't really have to find the answers yet. So more likely than so, this second draft will involve maybe a little bit more of that party onto some of the supports that were not picked up yet.
Yeah, I believe with the third pick of Team Essence, Olaf here is a good answer to Ezreal pick. Even though like Ezreal is like pretty hard to catch, especially if like he's in the middle game, mid game where he's just like poking down from the back line. But Olaf is like all you need to do with Olaf once you get those items ready is just press R with Ragnarok, you catch Ezreal down and just like shut him down before Ezreal can do anything. So I think it's a good answer, but again, if the matchup is Jace versus Olaf, it's gonna be pretty much like a tough job for Olaf to survive in the early game because he will be like poked down first few levels. But Olaf can also punish Jace if like Jace is trying to go all in with To the Skies and Jump Blast, because like Olaf's passive, it's like the ultimate key to survive the matchup or 1v1 in the top lane. We see Jin coming from Team Essence, so yeah, a good like utility as well with the Deadly Flourish, with the like Black and Drag, also with Olaf. I try to chase down these backliners from Team Gucci. The support fire coming from Jin can be really helpful, but we see Shen pick, so it's gonna be Shen support, I believe. And again, this will be a good combo with Pantheon as well. We see a lot of games on across the regions. We see both champions pick at the same comp, and this brings up like the global utility and the global presence from Gucci to actually make plays around the map with like Grand Skyfall and Sagi.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of all these grand ideas overall, and also there could be a possibility where you can have a Shen jungle, so you could basically have a very good early phase, because if you were to actually face up against an Olaf top lane, it could tend to be a struggle where one Undertow and a couple more access to your face, it could basically make life miserable for that Shen as well. So if it's going to be that Jace versus Olaf, all that Olaf has to do is just basically survive that early game. Because you take a look at the late game, you have 3 beefy targets to work up against those members of Essences. So late game onwards, I do actually see Essence to actually have really good advantages. And take a look at the crowd control. It is also absurd on the amount of utility that they have in their kit.
I believe Essence will do the same thing, like relatively the similar thing they did in game 1, which is like being proactive in the early stages of the game. With 2v2 with Alistar Jin, it's gonna be like trying to make plays and trying to like pressure off Ezreal and Shen. But one last pick from Gucci is also interesting. With this, it's gonna be like maybe this will be a pocket pick that works out, but I don't see like Fizz getting picked up often, especially on the tier 1, tier 2 pro scene. But Fizz can be potentially lethal in terms of like the damage output, and also the pick off potential is an ult and combo, and also hard to catch, especially with Black and Drag. It's just like this Trickster jump away from the danger, and Fizz can potentially be again very little when he has the prio, when he has the advantage on the early game, and it comes down to Pantheon, I believe, to make things happen for Fizz in the early game.
Yeah, and I would say that overall in the form of execution to actually layer things upon each other is going to be rather difficult for the side of Gucci, but the whole idea is if you could basically do a little bit of poke and prod enough, you could basically delete somebody off the board, and then it makes life a little bit more easier, especially when you have not the most mobile ADC or even mage for the side of Essences. So there's got to be a certain way that you got to find that flank, and that's where Born This Way, his Grand Skyfall needs to be on the dot. He needs to really look for all these key targets, or else the moment that the Alistar answers, this is going to be pretty much difficult in those team fights. So all eyes now being set once again. 2 excellent junglers on each side. So earlier, sure, we see that tug of war happening in the jungle. Will that be executed again, or have they already learned the lesson? That because Essences, they bit back harder once they got back to the lane. You saw Sagi was having such a tough time. Now, question here is this Fizz going to be key in what they really need to do here? Because if you have a Fed Fizz on your side, well, you basically would just tap out going into 50 minutes of play.
True. And also that's one thing I want to point out before we enter game 2. This is like basically if the mid lane matchup is like goes to level 3, the first 3 levels will be very strong for Fizz, as he can like going all in 1v1 without any help from the jungler. And it's like again it comes down to the how Team Gucci can spot jungle maybe away or maybe set up with Pantheon to make it 2v1 before it becomes 2v2 or because if it's 2v2 it's not look good for Fizz. It's like gonna be like wasting too much resources to kill like the mid lane maybe. It's gonna be the first priority of Fizz, I believe, in this matchup against Syndra. And if Fizz cannot kill, like maybe try to make priority in the mid lane for the first 3 levels, it's gonna be maybe pretty tough for the rest of the game, I believe.
That's true, and we gotta see how game 2 pans out. As right now,
is ready for Sparky, so yeah, I believe he's gonna be all in to make priority in the mid lane.
if 2 members didn't work out the first time around, this time they're sending the whole squad for the Brambleback. And Arashi, he's seen these scenes before. He's gonna be absolutely fine, sitting right down the ward. He's not yielding. Now, is this a trap laid out because Nekodesu's coming over the side, though? As if it's going very deep, and take a look at this. Philia is joining in the party. Now he looks to zone it out, and there we go. The taunt comes true. But Philia is here to save the day, but it might just be at the cost of the couple of Raptors now being stashed away by Born This Way, so it is just going to delay the outcome. Born This Way actually gets a little bit of the Raptors, and now recommits up against Philia, and he's forced to flash away.
Yeah, it's a good early invade coming from Gucci, but we also see what's been our conversation onto the draft phase with Ice Lemon Tea, aka Dust, trying to be like 1v1ing Jace before it gets tougher for the first 3 levels. But yeah, so far he's done a good job. They're trying to burn both Ignites off on the top lane for like the next couple of minutes. So it will be good spot. Sagi now has the opportunity to get level 2, but again he's gonna be poked down, and also with the aggro from the minions from these SMC sides, it's gonna be quite a bit of dangerous play. And again, Arashi is doing Arashi thing, like try to make some plays onto the side of the Gucci jungle. But now we see Pantheon coming from the upper side of the map, so Nekodesu will just have to go down and relieve the pressure off of Pantheon.
Yeah, apologies if you didn't hear me for a split second. Was coughing a little bit. Well, and yeah, I was talking like pressure is really good coming from each side. Born This Way now forces the flash coming from Ice Lemon Tea. Pretty huge as a start. Now this gives back a little bit more that space of a control for LJW up top, as that will be a quick recall to come back with a little bit more armor to soak in some of all these pokes coming in from Jace. While When we're taking a look at the rest of the lanes, mid lane though has been pretty nice and casual. Of course, a little bit more of that early advantage given over onto Syndra since she's got enough range to poke out. But if Savasky hits level 6, that's where Nekodesu's got to be a little bit more mindful. But Viva's here.
Of course, to escape that here, but we are back to the top lane where a wave is coming to the side of Gucci, but there's no jungler, there's no pressure afterwards. But I want to talk specifically about this in this matchup. Again, I think the first 3 levels were vital, and we see that with Pantheon trying to set up onto Nekodesu, but so far Nekodesu still has his flash up. So that means it's going to be rather tough job for Savasky for now, but at least with level 6 on the way, maybe he'll try one more time after he gets his level.
Yeah, you probably will do so. Here comes Arashi though. Perfect execution. Coming in with the headbutt pulverize, and now that will be first blood secured with Neko taking first dips while Savasky tries to hop over onto Arashi, forces a flash away, another scatter weak, and that has been negated. Philia now gets the catch, and this proves to be costly as there will be retaliation coming in from Savasky. It's an absolute slugfest up in the mid lane.
It was a good flash play, I think. Like Nekodesu has been doing a good job here trying to like avoid all the pressure, all the damage, but we see on the top lane, the Curving Call just barely makes it, but Blaze is able to finish him off. Ezreal is down 1 kill and then has a good advantage on the bottom side of the map. We see the replay now. A Shen coming to stop this, but let's see what is like Sparky has been trying to do. Arashi with a good flash, trying to escape, and good scatter from Nekodesu as well to like cancel out that engage from Born this way. You see like Sparky wanted to try that, like going all in to at least get some kills off, but yeah. So far it's been like a good job done from the team.
Yeah, I really do like that they did manage to find a really quick, rapid response, especially Savasky. That almost looked like a lost cause till the moment Arashi once again flags and drags over, maybe a little bit overextended, expecting to actually find something in return. But it has definitely brought back a little bit more for the side of Team Triple S at the moment. Once again, I'm going for another invade, expecting the red buff to be up. And after that, it should be a clear-cut answer to just go over onto Drake as he's now initiating from the get-go. Not wasting any time here. While he's doing that, Born This Way is already at his rate, taking it and moving over towards the mid lane. So it's going to be a little bit of a info gathering for the side of Gucci to know that, yep, there might be some cheeky attempts, but the Smite will do its job as Triple S gets the first Drake in Game 2.
Then Arashi keeps continuing to invade this side of the jungle with red buff up now. Again, the same thing he's been doing like since Game 1, trying to like fist off of the jungle side of Born This Way. But it's not gonna get punished this time around, and he gets another advantage for Arashi.
Yeah, just look at how this whole tug of war is going right now. I mean, it was pretty much a parallel jungle right now for both sides, where a lot of that priority has been focused onto that mid lane. Born This Way right now, cooking something up, gets that perfect stun through. Nekodesu scatters them across, but Arashi will not survive, even despite the Cataclysm being popped. And that frees up the Grubs in the perfect timing.
That's the win condition we've been talking about, how to get away up to level 6, and then with the combo borders, combo with Pantheon, sets that up, and spotted Arashi coming towards the side, top side jungle, essentially to void drop, and one surprise attack, Nekodesu here tries to punish, but Ice Lemon P, aka 1JW is coming. Oh no, it's not.
Yeah. Oh, good. They don't always use their own icons, which, you know, getting confused from time to time. That's going to be a Stand United utilized. Well, he was thinking about going for a dash in, but with Filia being around, you kind of don't want to be displaced to the point that you're underneath the turret. So, great respect being shown coming from the side of Gucci, despite Blaze already so low on health as well as mana. He's got to go for that quick recall. Perfect time to do so as well. Should be nicely set up for him to at least get himself that U moves way quicker. As we have seen him back in that lower bracket run, Blaze has been absolutely stellar. Meanwhile, Iceland T actually forces this maneuver and will force the flash as well. Kind of mistimed it for a little bit. Perhaps he was just thinking that he would be able to avoid danger, but he did not pop the Ragnarok though, so yeah, soaked in a little bit too much.
Yeah, one more turret hit and he's got toast. So I think a good decision for us to like just stop it from happening. So yeah, as we see now in the middle lane, Sparky has been like kind of behind as far as gold is concerned. So now he gets his boots down, but Neko Desu is like been playing so well now. And it's gonna be like getting his first item, I believe, after that.
Ooh, Ragnarok now being popped, and it will be a force flash coming through. Grand Skyfall connects, and Ice Lemon Tea is in danger. He's got nowhere else to go. He's just got to trade. Here comes Arashi with a flag and drag. It actually connects, and there we go. Unleash power gets the killing streak for the side of Neko Desu. That is going to be a true shot for Ras with, well, should I say actually dodge coming from the side of Neko Desu, and that was what Gucci's looking for.
Yeah, good answer from Team Essence again. It's a 1-4-1 trade coming for both teams. And we see that Gus trying to make this 1-1 play in his favor. But we see Grand Rival has been out and also combo with Stand United also from 10. Arashi also reading that play out very well. And with Neko Desu kicking out, it's also like giving Essence a good trade. Again, this is for Neko Desu to kill, and yeah, it had this stack of
Oh boy. Exhaust being committed, but I believe there's not much that Neko can do about that though. But it has definitely chunked out Savaski enough for an opportunity with Arashi paying a little bit of visit. More members of Triple S now piling over onto the top quadrant of the map. Here comes Azabeth as well. That's definitely no business for Shen to place check into the Pixel Brush. Well, actually, born this way now. Getting absolutely pummeled. The axe being thrown right in. Stand United now being utilized to bring the kill back to Born This Way with the spear. Oh, beautiful turnaround coming from Gucci.
Yeah, it's also good play from Azabeth as well. Like times to Stand United perfectly on top of that. And the dive attempt from Team Essence gets cancelled and gets punished very well by Gucci. Now it's like 4-4, and like as far as gold difference goes, it's been like pretty much like balanced across both teams.
Yeah, there's just some excess coming in from the Drake that was secured from Triple S. Other than that, I mean, they've been really rocking back and forth, and we take a look at this play yet again.
But we see another Charm the Waters from Sparky. Now gets another kill towards Relia. It's now 0-2. Now Dragon is also up. So this will be a good opportunity to capitalize on that and get the second break for
Yeah, without Felia's presence, this is a little bit more doable. But Rashi tries to sneak in the smite. Gotta time it perfectly. Here comes Neko Desu though. Is he gonna open up a little bit of space? The taunt goes true onto Rashi, and yet again, Gucci secures it, but he got stuck underneath the Cataclysm, and now inside the pit, while there is gonna be the rest of the backup coming in from the Triple S. Ragnarok running right through, not really finding the target, and Sebastian's gonna be making his way out, but not for Azabeth, sacrificing his life, and it is gonna be rather rough. Curtain Call not really finding anything at all, and somehow he sneaks right through, trying to look for Neko Desu, but He still gets the 1-for-1 trade, and that's a big shutdown goal that the Ezreal got for himself. Austerity now back on track.
Double kill both from Ezreal and also a good shutdown to Ezreal shutdown goals. But we see over the replay here as Team Ascent is trying to capitalize on this, like players of that low HP from the side of Gucci. Well, they have been trying as best as they could, but you know, with the trade over from Nekodesu from S7 to 4 here, also really great trade coming across both teams.
Yeah, it was quite the battle that we last saw over the Drake. Now, we could definitely say that these two are absolutely evenly matched. I mean, still that 1,000 gold difference, which isn't all too significant. Well, that was a chunk of shutdown gold handed over to this Ezreal to kind of speed up the process of securing that Mana Mune eventually. And so far, Savaski doing so much better here in game 2, while Born is having a little bit of a tussle over onto the Blue Sentinel. But he's got to be a little bit more mindful because he haven't spotted out Philia just yet. So this could be a little bit tougher for him to actually get something in return.
Yeah. And we see like 15 minutes in the game, both mid laners are getting their first key items to get like both pick up potential for like both mid laners, Fizz and Syndra. So this will be very, very important if like either teams wanted to contest this Rift Herald, as like both key ultimates from both mid laners need to be targeted perfectly on the right target. So good shot call should be a must for either teams who want to win this battle over, or if they want to contest here. But Team Essence is on the location first. So Gucci, do you want to contest or not? But I think they are heading that way.
Yeah, might just actually go for a little bit of a check to maybe find a conversion. There is a TP over the back though. Born this way now, getting rooted up. Forces a flash, but I don't think he's going anywhere. Stand United will not be able to save him with the current call. Perfectly placed from the side of Blaze. And now Azabeth also getting his health bars melted down. Just perfect timing coming from side of Triple S, securing the Herald, and now there is a little bit more of that commotion with the arrival of Savaski. There will be a flash now being committed as well. As Nekodesu hops right into Shelly, trying to buy a little bit more space. He's going to turn around to ram them over, and it is a big play coming from Neko. Can he convert it? It will still be Austerity, and here comes a big Troy Shot Barrage. Not quite enough to find a drop onto Blaze.
What a bloody battle in the mid lane. Now coming up from Team Essence, who are like capitalizing on that Pantheon, getting towards the like Rift Herald. And you see also the dive play coming in from Team Essence, trying to capitalize on the low side because there's no Stand United available to save everyone from Team Gucci, but we also see a good play coming down from Savaski, who sees that opportunity to like getting some pickups, and yeah, he manages to get that 4th kill. But so far, both teams are trading back and forth. Both teams are like trying to get their win conditions off for the second game of the series, and we see like both teams are getting a fair trade towards each other.
Yeah, this is starting to look more like a boxing ring of sorts, right? Who could basically land an uppercut better than the other. But for now, it's all about the attritions. Not too far off from where they left off. Both tied at 10 kills apiece. Trying to find a little bit more of the zone priority to set up the upcoming Drake. It's going to be a battle for the Ocean Soul for this second game, where Arashi as well as Philia now propels forward. Now it's gonna be an opening stance coming from the side of Savaski, but the curtain call now is being pulled right through. Shen's gonna try to stall for a little bit more, but it's gonna be Born's way that will find it for Savaski as the Olaf was deleted. Absolutely valiant fight, and they're still wanting more. Now with the health bars all the way from side of Gucci, they are now fancying another opportunity to go in for a second coming. And there you go, the Cataclysm to lock them perfectly in place. Sparky should have just about enough room to run out to safety. But all that said and done, it is still looking so close. And yet again, you still have this Jace full on health to apply a little bit more pressure. You can still perhaps salvage a little something, but it will be a flash committed. Pulverize not connecting right through. And yet again, another one for Blaze to just slowly wither down Gucci.
Have we ever mentioned Jin, who is like 6-0-1, getting additional kills from 5 kills, and Stormrazor plus Yomu's up in the inventory? Look at what damage, how many damage Jin brings into the battle. I'm like, Jin is practically free as both like all of the team members from the Essence just try to make plays across, like Alistar and Jarvan as well, and Nekodesu trying to set up plays for Jin to be able to finish that with the amount of damage he's getting right now. And this is also a very well-timed Cataclysm, getting 2 kills, but it's maybe another play.
Yeah, there's just brawls happening all across. Bottom side is still battle of the top laners, but they were setting their eyes onto a potential takedown on the tier 1 turret up top. There we go, the taunt lands onto Philia as he's got no response whatsoever. Double TP, this is going to be an awkward scenario. The curtain call just to buy that space for Ice Lemon Tea. Well, that could have been a little bit risky, but certainly he still has the Ragnarok to be able to pull out. But luckily, no commitments whatsoever. Triple S, they hold on to the slight lead due to that battle for the Drake. And right now, as it stands, like you said, this Jin is starting to become so much more problematic. And you also do have Nekodesu, who's currently 8-2-4.
True. We don't see that on the camera, but Nekodesu has taken down Sparky in a 1v1 fight, so I wonder what happened there. Because both players getting their ult out so early into the fight, but as like 1v1, I think Nekodesu has maybe landed a good energy boost there that maybe manages to see the two players 1v1. Not exactly 1v1, I think. Yeah, of course, there's no 1v1. There's another fight now. Ari, aka Jace, now getting punished for being overextending himself. Now he's Sparky. Now he's get locked down by Deadly Flourish. Now Sparky is now only a few seconds left to get this playful trickster and flash out to escape. So yeah, that window of timing for Team Essence to punish face down. Not right yet, but now it's getting harder for face.
Yeah, and the clock's ticking. It's not really looking all too good for Gucci in the late game, and they're slowly getting picked apart yet again. First it was their top laner, and now Shen's gone as well. Born his way forced to look as this one slowly crumbles, but Sparky have arrived, and they actually find something in return. Cataclysm locks him into place. There's just nothing that Sparky can do, but there is austerity. He comes in with a trade. The curtain call now holds them back. Fourth shot should be coming right through. It's gonna be scouted weak into another snare and turns it around. A beautiful time exhaust, and now slowly they have been able to find that wiggle room. But Blaze, he's just gonna try to 1v3 this, but he does have just about enough movement speed to get out of the way. Wow, these guys, unrelenting, not even yielding for a second. But while all of that is happening, Ice Lemon Tea is doing work down by.
Bro, Dust is just like PvEing on the bottom lane with the third tier 2. Meanwhile, 4 of the other members are making plays. But we see like a rather rushed play coming from Gucci on to the mid side, trying to punish, trying to zone Team Essence off of the mid lane with base coming too early, and we see a little very exceptional play from Arashi with the Cataclysm. Meanwhile, Blaze is also like free to do whatever he want to do.
Yeah,
so this one's like a pretty good play from the side of Team Essence as like Dust will get more pressure on the side lanes while the rest of the team will make plays across the map. I think there's going to be another play coming from Team Essence towards the Baron Pit.
Very likely so. Don't really have to foresee much of the maneuvers, but they found Urashi, brings him down to 60%, and they will get the perfect pulverize to hold him back for the meantime. Urashi now looking for an angle. There will be an exhaust over onto Zabaski, but all that has been negated. They've been able to pull all the way back. Timing is off the essence right now. Just making sure they have good control over this map.
True. Meanwhile, Chum the Waters is already out, and Dragon is out. Oh, good layer of CC there, and Israel is forced to get back, and Curtain Call will not get anyone, but hitting a good chunk of damage towards Shem. Meanwhile, Arashi here will secure the soul point for Team Essence.
Yeah, great work coming from the side of Team Essence, where they've been able to really zone them all away, deal a massive chunk of damage, and cause them to have a little bit of a disarray in order to open so much of that space. Yet again to Team Essence, 3 Drakes up. Still, perhaps there might just be some form of space that can be found, but it is just getting rougher as it goes. I mean, we take a look at the builds as well. You have a Tunneler as well as a Yumu's on this J, so perhaps he might just actually pivot his plan to try to find some cracks where he could just force a split push or so, but that has always been answered by the Olaf down bot. There's also Nekodesu now occupying that space up top, so realistically, they just need to maybe find a little bit more of a decoy in order to set things up for them to start seizing, because they're losing a couple of turrets already. And right now, Gucci, they have won a couple of skirmishes, but it wasn't exactly a clean one. Triple S still overpowers them because there's just so many beefy units to deal with.
So now it's Alistar coming out in front, trying to zone off Gucci from the fusion battle over at the Baron Pit. And one thing I want to mention is like how Gucci can like catch Jin off guard.
Oh, good catching though. There we go. A knock, and now with the Sandy United, they try to flip the script around up against Failure. He will now go unbreakable while it was a full collateral damage with the Cataclysm locking them into this chokehold, and there's just no escaping out of the grasp of Team Essence. And now Barons for the taking.
It's against pretty free for Team Essence as like Nekodesu and Blaze are like practically free. Like, while we see like Alistar from Velia and also Arashi with Garban making plays here and there with stacking CCs. Nekodesu is also following up with Terrible Weak and also Unleashed Power. But well, we see Boy this way trying to flip that out. The Baron maybe, just maybe, is a good, has a good timing to secure the smite of Team Essence, but yeah, just a little bit too early for him to come down to the Baron Pit. So Baron will be secured, and now Team Essence is on the momentum.
Yeah, it is just so tough. Even Born This Way rarely does such risky plays, but he knows, perhaps if he manages to steal, it might just be worth the cost, but well, you got the entire squad of Essence right there waiting for him anyway, so just donating a little bit more gold, well, doesn't change the matter of fact that they just basically lost 2 team fights in a row. Or you could basically say just slightly outmaneuvered in Essence. Back to that last team fight though, Velia, he was in that key position that gives the edge over to its Essence.
True. It's very vital in like setting up the layered CC down towards the Gucci members that are caught up. And one thing I want to also mention that is like Nekodesu getting his Magi's with 10 stacks now, also with Rabadon's death caps. That means like this ultimate, this unleashed power is gonna hurt so much for even like Jace or Shen from the side of Gucci. So any member, any player Nekodesu targets, gonna be like pretty much that for like the rest of the game.
Yeah, he just needs one more good team fight, and he's gonna get that 25 stack. And it starts right here. Great scatter of the week onto the hitbox pulverize. Azabeth barely surviving. Thankfully, he makes the cut out with the flash, now committed. And here comes Arashi as he's just making his presence felt. Slowly chipping down the turret health as they do have the empowered minions at play. So perhaps this is going to be a brute force measure coming in from inside of Triple S, and this is for the Force Gucci to respond. Now with the Grand Skyfall. Router too early though. Is there going to be a response? Arashi now hits over onto Austerity as he is able to bring out that Guardian Angel. Not quite enough yet. The fight is far from over. Scouter weak now zones them completely. There is still that counter-minion working its magic over on mid lane, and now they fully commit, and still not enough for Azabeth to go down, but here comes the curtain call as they desperately try to dodge every single shot. Sparky now avoids all these kind of spaces. It's only going to be one casualty, but it came at a hefty cost.
Blaze with a blazing play right there, bravely coming into the base of Gucci and just deal damage, lays down the damage over to Gucci, and now they secure both mid lane and bottom lane inhibitors 30 minutes in, and also have a very good chance of securing the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, very likely not. There's not going to be much that could be contested right here. The rest of Gucci forced to concede this dragon. Unless perhaps if they can find the right target. And speaking of which, Vila now doing his best to keep them at bay while the Drake is slowly being chipped right down. And it will still be the Dragon Soul over on the Essence, and they just go in, erupting into the battle with another Cataclysm as Austerity tries his little best to slowly wither him down. He's only gonna deal ship damage, and there you go, the stun comes true. Ari just barely dodging it right through, and he's being sent limping. The TP is coming right in, and Savaski, can he be the savior in this final reason moment? And just like that, he goes down, and now all hopes lies onto the Jace. Can he just find anything else? No, it's gonna be the answer as Team Essences will now proceed to the match point.
2-0 down for Team Essences in unlikely matchup here against Gucci, who's trying to make plays here and there on game 2, but so far Nekudesu and friends have been doing a really exceptional job of punishing those plays coming from Gucci. We see like Velia and also Arashi with stack of CC coming down to punish those plays, to punish those like out of place movements, and also plays getting untouched for the entire game is such a big factor why Team Essence can win this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a perfectly thought out draft as well as execution coming in from Team Essences. Honestly, I would say that Gucci, they've been showing signs of improvements compared to game 1, but once again, you take a look at this draft and you gotta find answers. How do you deal with not only the Olaf, there's also the Alistair as well as the Jarvan, where yes, you might be able to take 1 or 2 down, but it is still going to be so tough to actually crack these layers in order to even get to play. So it's been the perfect Jhin game for him, where he was, like you said, untouched, absolutely invincible here in game 2.
True. I think like when it comes down to timing, especially when you pick like such a like early picks like Pantheon and also like this, the early game is so vital, but yeah, they cannot execute it like the way they intended, the way they planned. So yeah, 0-2 down, and it's gonna be a tough job for Gucci.
That's right, we'll be coming back shortly after a quick break, and we bring you to potentially our championship matchup.
die, the 1v1 is die comes out on top.
If they have to.
โดนมาได้เอาไว้แต่ว่าจะเรียกตกรับแฟน
Here comes the hero's entrance. They have the
Once again, you're watching the LCP wildcards of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore for the qualifiers to see who makes it to the playoffs. Sagi, you talked about this, that we could go all the way to 5 games, but right now, is it still possible? It seemed like when the rest of Team Essence moved from the lower bracket back into the finals, not only they came back with a vengeance, but they came in with solid plans in return. You were watching the matches. Tell me, what do you think about the game so far?
Gotta give props towards the side of Arashi and also the side of Vilia. They've been controlling the map extremely well, and talking about consistent performance, Nekodes and Blaze has been really good on the positioning here. And I was talking about like the lane matchups on that 2v2 bottom lane. Yes, we do see 749, which is Austerity, win most of the matchups here, but the mid-game consistency in team fights coming in from Blaze has just been superb.
Yeah, overall it's just absolutely spectacular, where last game I think like it was a lot of all these playmaking potential coming in from not only Arashi as well as Filia to form a great wall of defense, but to his own credit, I think like the timely measurements of the curtain calls and everything else coming in from Blaze was just on point.
And you gotta give props, right? Like where they played, I would say what? They played against Sparky 2-0, and then it's like 2 hours of gameplay, bringing over to this grand final against Gucci, which is a team that has beat them in the upper finals, and now coming in towards this final game, leading 2-0. They've been playing 4 games consecutively, and they have still not slipped up whatsoever.
Yeah, that is definitely a great stamina being shown, and now the onus right now falls upon Gucci to really find answers, where if they were keeping any secret strats or even certain picks for the draft, they gotta now unfold it right here, or else it could just be swept under the rug with Essence taking all 3 games. We go through the bands real quick. We saw Nafiri, Caitlyn, as well as Callista taken off the list. A very high target onto Austerity this time around.
And also, you talk about changes need to be made, right? They did do a change coming in from Gucci. It's no longer Born This Way 7 in towards the jungle. It's the Blueprint coming in as emergency substitute in this elimination game.
I definitely think that this will shift the dynamics a little bit, and Essence definitely has done their homework, where he is also one of the nastiest Nafiri players here in the server, so that was basically the respect ban. But at the very same time, Gucci has also noticed that there's one pick that they've shown in the low brackets, which was played out to perfection by Arashi, so they're also taking out some of his key picks, so that's off to a good start for the side of Gucci, this time playing on the red side.
And Oriana being locked in already coming in from Nekodes here. Nekodes has been having back-to-back amazing games on Talia, on towards Syndra here, so prioritizing that mid lane pick makes a lot of sense here. So Lock is available for Gucci's taking here. Do they pick it up or do they ignore it once again? Because I've seen Lock perform in some of the competitive games, and it is a really, really nasty pick with a very high ban.
Yeah, and of course it's also a target that is so difficult to catch as well. And the more kills he actually gets with his ultimate, it just becomes even more tough, where just basically 100-0 somebody out there. And Gucci this time, they opt for not only a very steady but also a great ramping type of bottom lane, where it is almost difficult to break through with both the Karma as well as Silver locked in. So back towards the side of Essences, so they might opt to maybe leave those bottom lane picks for later as they secure themselves a Sin Zhao.
And you gotta be wondering, okay, Sevier, Karma, what do they have in common? Movement speed boost, right? And who functions well movement speed? It's Hecarim, which is one of Blueprint's known picks throughout the C solo queue ladder. So that could be a potential pickup coming in on this red side third pick here. Lulu will be picked up here coming in for the side of the Essence's third pick, so we might be seeing a hyper carry coming in from Blaze, but knowing for a fact that it's going to be second phase, more of these ADCs will be locked away from his pool.
That's some really great shout as well when you talk about that Hecarim that he's always been pulling up on to those solo queue ladders. And right now, you can see a lot of defensive answers coming in with, you know, the Lulu as well as the Xin Zhao. And it's not too many of all these available ADCs that's currently available, and I think like at the very least the Trundle might be able to plow through the first layer of defenses that was shown last game from the side of Essences.
Okay, let's like look into the potential ADC picks, right? What with Lulu? So you have no more Ezreal, Yunara, Jhin, Lucian, Kalista, and Caitlyn. Maybe the Cockball will be a pick here coming in from the side of Team Essence if it's not bad.
I was just thinking about the Varus and immediately they put that away. Well, I guess there's a few more on the list, but it is going to be a tough pull for him to crack this one.
I think potentially something like the Hawkmaw will be great here, right? Because you don't see a lot of like dive potential coming in from the side of Team Gucci. So if they lock in the Hawkmaw, it could very well just outscale that Sevier coming in with Prosperity. Unless they draft like some very strong backline assassination or dive attempts coming in from the side of Gucci.
Yeah, you gotta find something that pairs very well with the Lulu as well. So I'm thinking even if they want to opt for a decent option, which I would still think that the Kog'Maw will be one of the best one on the table. Ashe is not too much of a bad shout altogether, but you just gotta not try to pull one arrow onto the Sevier to get spell blocked. Other than that, I think like it definitely has a good use case, or perhaps if they could find something with a decent enough chain crowd control to enable Nekodes on his Shockwave, that will also be pretty potent. But that's pretty much the job for the top lane later on. But on this second phase, we're seeing a lot of hard carry top laners taken out. Irelia, Fiora, so this time around, it's going to be the answer coming in from Gucci to bring Anivia on the block.
Are they trying to lock in like a last pick Vayne towards the top lane or something? Because at the very least, this Anivia can still flex in towards the top lane with Sparky or 1JW, and they can also lock in that Vayne if you're looking for it here. I'm loving the Jinx pick here. Not a lot of setup coming in from the side of Gucci to potentially punish this extremely laking composition, because if you lock in one more range, that's going to be benefiting Arashi Xin Zhao so well, because we know for a fact Crescent Guard on that ultimate coming in from Xin Zhao blocks range attacks if it's outside of the circle here. So it's going to be slightly difficult for Gucci to break this composition. At the very least, make it not late game, because the late game potential coming in from Team Essence is just insane so far in this draft.
Yeah, I think that their late game is going to look absolutely scary. And with the final pick of the Camille as well, now this definitely makes things a little bit more interesting. So they get to single out one target, but you got to be mindful, you have the wall growth. And also, if you have that Mega Gnar in those team fights, that's a lot of displacements coming in from the side of Essences, which Gucci really has to pay respect to. So in order for that execution to work, you gotta also ensure that not only you just have that exit ultimatum, you need that perfect wall coming from Sparky to make this work.
Very similar draft right coming in from both teams is really front to back with singular source of engage coming in from both sides. So on the right side, forward side of Gucci's red side draft, you will want slow and steady pacing, give time to the Anivia, give time to the Sivir to realistically scale into those late game timers here. At the very least, yeah, you can give all your turrets, but the waves will be automatically cleared once they reach into the high ground, because there's just so much wave clear coming in from the side of Gucci. For Team Triple S, it's about giving the Jinx, giving the Orianna time to scale, and once they scale to fruition, they can dominate those two fights.
Yeah, and it's really about zoning out some of all these team fights as well if they were to actually move in as a unit. So I think that the Anivia pick does come in handy, but Anivia is also a pick that is somewhat a little bit more vulnerable if you're being caught in a really bad position. And we talked about how many displacement spells. You got the Shockwave, you got Mega Gnar, and like so much more of these, which you gotta also ensure that Gucci protects this Anivia on top of all the other layers. But Austerity, so far he's been having pretty good games as an ADC, it's just that he hasn't found that pop-off moment. I remember the last time we saw him play, even back in the LCP, his Savior was also really solid, but you're not really expecting too much out of that early game with this pick.
You would need a lot of coverage, right, coming in for your team. At the very least, when we see these two draft, there's not a lot of early game aggression coming in from either of the bottom laners. It will fall more onto the hands of both junglers. The emergency substitute coming in from Team Just where you have the Trundle on Blueprint versus the Xin Zhao on the side of the Arashi, for example, right? These two will be the anchor and also the game planners to see who can actually break that early game.
Yeah, I think like this is where we really want to see all these questions being answered overall. I mean, when we take a look at this what I call it an emergency substitution or necessary adjustment just to really throw a curveball at Essence, I think if there's any other time, it is right now, because for 2 games in a row, you saw Arashi was just basically overpowering in so many instances. Perhaps they've been spending a little bit of time to be able to read patterns of the jungle, so I think like this could be the change of pace necessary. Maybe slow the game down and play it in a stable way, then they could basically call for big fights when they need to.
They need something of change, right? Like change of wind or something that can actually propel them in this series, because so far they are 0-2 down in a BO5 Grand Finals in the LCP NYSG ID qualifiers here. One more loss and they are out. And they've been having one of the best runs in their lifetime in this 2026 year, where they won every single opponent and sat comfortably in the upper bracket finals. And now they're down 0-2. You won't be feeling too good about that.
Not at all. This is the first time we actually see them flinch for a little bit, but hopefully that does not dampen their spirit overall. I mean, if anything, they should actually lit a fire in their hearts right now to prove a point that they still have what it takes to at least push the rest of Team Essence to the limit. And up till now, the entire evening that we've watched Team Essence, they're really not showing all too much signs of weaknesses, if anything at all. Like you've pointed out, their consistency level is off the charts. Like, you have not only Arashi on his current prime form, I think that Neko has always been this great backbone of his to just keep on enabling how this engine runs from the side of Team Essence. And the top side has been holding his own. You saw a lot of all these instances where you thought maybe that matchup might not be the greatest for their likes, but hey, they made it work. So far has really shown that he is definitely one to be able to match up to the previous champions of LCP wildcard. So now I think like we are seeing a little bit of that power shift coming through.
To your point, right, I think consistency matters a lot, and it has been shown from time to time coming in from 2 key players from the side of Team Essence, where Arashi and Philia have been holding their grounds insanely well throughout this BO5. And then when you compare it to Born This Way 7 and Azavet, it hasn't been the most eye-catching performances. They've been, I would say, slightly outplayed in the jungle and also the support department.
Yeah, I would definitely think that there is definitely the kind of roster shift that actually needs time for them to also form that kind of bond. We're not too sure, you know, how long of a time have they spent all together. Now, we do actually receive a little bit of news that we will have to redo the draft. I believe there was an error overall into the drafting phase, so perhaps we'll give them a little bit of time to make that certain adjustment. I don't think it's going to be all too major, so we will, of course, take a couple of minutes to sort that one out. Meanwhile, when we talk about, you know, the chemistry between Philia as well as Arashi, these boys, they played together for so many years all together. They worked together in Sem 9, like you pointed out as well. They've played in LCP at one point, even back then when it was called the Pacifics, so PCS. Yeah, a little bit of a throwback. So
long ago.
it's been a while, despite their run at even in their time as well. I believe there was BJD that they were also playing in. If my memory serves me correct,
That was in
But-
TCS too, yeah.
yeah. So they go all the way back, even during the times that you probably know them quite personally, as well as players that even on their heydays they have shown so much potential, and to keep it at such a high level up to this day has been pretty astounding. I mean, overall, the 10 players that we have on, 5 on each side so far, they are definitely the cream of the crop.
I mean, NYSGID, you have been proving yourself from time and time again, and we jump back in towards the draft. So our third pick will be swapped into a Kaisa for the side of Team Essences here. So wonder what actually happened there. But so going into the 4th and 5th phase, it will be more different. Oh, Lulu has been picked in Fearless draft, so they can't actually pick Lulu.
Oh, that makes a whole lot more
Oh,
sense.
game
now that,
1, I think. Yeah, it was the
yes.
Lulu and Yunara, so that won't be available. Yeah, that makes much more sense now. Yeah.
Yeah, and well, we definitely have missed that one out. So now that changes a lot of things, right? Even the bans on the second phase has been pretty much focused on to the kind of tank supports that were still left available. So very likely than not, I would think that this might actually see a kind of shift in maybe bring in another support that is more of a utility base, as well as an enchanter, which we saw a lot of play in recent times. That Seraphine has been quite popular, which I think with this kind of setup, it could be quite potent as well. So it really depends on whether if there is also other options that is also feasible, because if you're just relying on 2-1, well, I believe we also saw a Rakan, didn't we? Oh, that was on the lower bracket.
That was on a lower bracket. So
yeah,
it was
okay.
also played by Philia, I remember, into a Silas, if I'm not mistaken here. And it was also playing with Arashi. So this is an interesting composition, right? Where you have the ball carrier on Philia or Arashi to dive deep in towards the backline to find austerity on that Sivir. So you have someone to break the spell shield and then carry the Oriana Shockwave to cause chaos in that backline. And that's going to be a Jax lock in 4-1 JW, a very ego, and I won't say ego, it's more of like a main character pick, you know what I mean? It's like you need to carry.
Yeah,
It's like you think of this pick as like BLG Bin, and BLG Bin is main character energy, right?
And I think like it works wonders if, say, this goes to the top lane, and when you're going up against Gnar, you could block so much of all these auto attacks, and that could easily shift the focus of the fight overall. So in team fights, however, we want to see how well can he actually put it into a perfect play, because you got a Trundle as well as a Jax, both very, very farm heavy champions. So we're talking about ultra late game in order to ensure that all the gears are running perfectly for the side of Gucci.
I think Gucci makes a lot of sense, right? Where you have insane wave clear coming in from Anivia and also Sivir. Yeah, maybe you can lose out the early game for a slight bit, but you can stall the game indefinitely, especially at the high ground, because it's extremely hard to punish a Sivir with Spell Shield and also an Anivia with the Egg passive. So they have a lot of choices to be made. At the very least, make sure that you don't trail behind like monstrous amount of deficit, like 5 to 7k gold. Make sure the gold deficit or gold lead is within a 3,000 difference. Then you can stall the game into big item power spikes, outscale the Kaisa, outscale the likes of the Gnar on your side lanes.
Yeah, overall, even when it comes down to stalling, like you said, the ult itself coming from Anivia could just easily just clear waves after waves. So there's just not too much of a problem in those kind of departments. And if chances allow, if they do get maybe more of the objectives over on the top quarter of the map, if they get to accelerate the game with a Rift Herald or Swords, you can just open up so much potential in the form of split pushing as well, with the 2 picks that we did mention on the jungle as well as top.
I think you make a very nice sense, right? Where the Jax is one of the win condition coming in from the side of Gucci, where there is not much of a side lane handler coming in from the side of Essences, where in the late game, this Jax is going to be a monster to be dealing with. They don't necessarily have to take on the 5v5. It's going to be 4v4, 1JW on the Jax towards the side lane, and looking for a bit of a punishment to make sure that they can't outpush you, but they have to worry about the side lane.
Yeah, that could definitely be something that is of a concern now. I had a funny idea or thought, like, what if that Anivia wall backfires and allows their teammates to be knocked onto their own wall? Well, let's hope that that does not happen at all.
It's not only a wall, right? There's also a pillar coming in from the trundle.
Yes, sir. There is a pillar too. Now, of course, this could potentially be the final matchup of our night. We'll see if that happens to be the case, because Gucci is still fighting to bring this to Game 5.
They need to do whatever it takes. Match point on the line. Tournament lives at stake. And that's not all. It's also about representing your region to the LCP wildcard qualifiers. And there's only one start, and it's gonna be happening between Essences and also Gucci.
The major change coming into this matchup here is Blueprint, and overall, I think he's definitely had great track records over the past where he's joined tournaments, and also have been able to show really great work over on the course of the last arena that was played out.
I mean, Blueprint was the player that went all the way into the MSI, right? After playing and winning the Demon Hunter Arena.
That's the guy that we talked about, so we're definitely having, of course, a lot of all these good hopes, and especially when you've been watching all these match, analyzing to study the patterns of the opponents, and you're the jungle, by the way, you have definitely a whole lot of say of how things could actually work out. Some pokes have already happened, and that top lane matchup definitely seems to be pretty intriguing. Of course, with both sides needing to scale, but there's some aggressive stance now being shown coming in from Mr. Ari. Well, Gucci so far might be able to have a little bit of a great opener if he does hit level 2 first.
Wow. Amazing laning phase coming in from the side of 1JW here. He played the bush play extremely well, and he maintained his attack speed passive to consistently proc the grass passive against the side of Dustnar. So that's going to be a very well-on laning phase coming in from the top lane for the side of Gucci.
Yeah, just gotta ensure that you continuously zone off the Gnar. Just to, of course, get everything smooth sailing here in the game. But both sides of the junglers are actually starting off pretty much parallel, so they will be mirroring and perhaps converging onto that bomb scuttle, which would be an interesting sort of a trait. But instead, Blueprint actually goes in to check over Blue and finds landing it all while the top side
Did get spotted out from the exact play though, but dangerously low coming in for the side of Ice Limity. He does find the execution damage on towards the Gnar. Frostberg going over to the side of 1JW.
Wow, he just basically built up that slow, steady pacing of those chip damages from the laning phase and just found that perfect execution. And he also timed the flash so nicely. Even despite him turning on the Mega, it didn't exactly help at all that he just hopped right through. And despite the stuns, it wasn't quite enough. He found that leap timing, and that final blow of the W has been able to find the last drop of damage to bring 1JW that first kill of the game.
I think that was numerical perfectness, where if he didn't have grass, he didn't have his W proc or any of the spells available, he wouldn't be able to take down Ice Limity at all. But throughout the exchange as well, Arashi did spot out the Blueprint's rotation towards that top side, thus stealing away a blue buff for their loss in that top side.
Yeah, that sustain as well as the durability. It's only gonna make things a lot worse if the Ice Limity does not really respect the kind of spacing that this Jax could potentially dish out. And bottom lane is kind of suffering the same fate with the waves now crashing right through, also soaking with a little bit of that ricochet cutting right across. So Ice Limity looking to be a little bit more on that reserve as well. Now, take a look at this. Rashi is now arriving, but sitting on top of the ward. This isn't going to be all too much a problem, as there is a convergence coming from Blueprint.
Nice one coming in from the side of Blueprint here, forcing the flash coming out of Arashi here. It's gonna be a 2v2, but there's just so much minions coming in for the side of Gucci here, forcing Arashi to take the walk of shame back to the ground.
Yeah, that's two sums, heavily blown out, and also frees up a plating, but with the rest of these members not really responding, it still allows Blueprint to also cut right across to steal this grapple away, and it seems like Arashi will have to let this one pass because his smite is not up online just yet.
The pressure single-handedly generated by 1JW has been amazing here. Winning the lane, converting it into jungle pressure. So this entire top side has been won over by this Jack. That's why we see the last pick counter pick was given over to this Jack specifically for this case.
Yeah, I believe he probably has played plenty of all these matchups to deal with those pesky Nars and is like, oh, I hate ranged top players, and just whips out his secret jacks out of nowhere. And this was also due to the fact that you mentioned he has to play as if he's Gigabin in order to make this one work as well. Now, as much as he's pretty much close to equal on the CS department, he's already been able to really churn out some of all these early key components in order to continuously pound the pressure, whereas it's only gonna be Doran sits up online for the side of Ice Lemon Tea, so he's just gotta hold back for a little bit more, which is willing to do so.
Hasn't really
Meanwhile-
found the recall yet, right? Coming in for the side of Ice Lemon Tea. And for Blaze and Cilia, not the best laners on their specific champions here, so they'll probably flourish more if it's coming down to one full item team fights.
That's true. And speaking of that, VS Sword already available for the side of Austerity. Might just have some extra damage to dish out if they were to actually go in for the great contest, as Blueprint is slowly working his way from the Wolves. Cut right across as the rest of Gucci has already prepped pretty well. And good placements of wards as well to also read the pattern of movements coming in from Arashi this time around. So coast is clear for them to actually kick things off with, as Arashi's just gonna go to the other side just to trade in with a Rape Bramble back of his own.
How are you gonna trade, right? It's just straight up stealing from the enemy jungle because there's no dragon is being taken over into that bottom lane. So this red buff will be taken over freely into the hands of the Essence's jungler.
Yeah, Arashi just knows his timing just so well. As a matter of fact that he's just going to be able to surge past ahead in the amount of camps that is acquired up against Blueprint by doing so. As he walks right into almost an empty cam, and now he just goes in pinging.
Right?
Yep. I just lost it.
Like nightmare fuel coming in for jungle players is like, but I didn't see him. Like, where did he go? Where did my red buff go? All of a sudden.
Like, yeah. Some ghost just snatched it away. And that ghost is called Arashi.
Oh,
I
man.
mean, thankfully it wasn't on that Nocturne, man. That thing scares, it just gives everyone a jump scare. That's literally a Casper with, I don't know, claws moving around. So
you need some Ghostbusters to actually fix that here.
yeah, unfortunately, Gucci doesn't look too much like a Ghostbuster so far with the past two games, right? But
Well, they do
they
look
could
good
definitely
coming
make
in.
things
They do look good coming in towards this potentially final game. At the very least,
much better.
7-2-4, which is Austerity, and also Azavet, they've been winning the lane pretty comfortably. 10 CS up in towards that specific matchup here. But more worried whenever they're looking for the first team fight. Dragon has yet to be touched coming in for both teams. It's going to be potentially started here by Blueprint.
Yeah. Ask and you shall receive. But also keep in mind, take a look at the map as well. The rest of Triple S are making a beeline over onto Drake. Ward now spots him out. They might want to delay this for a tad bit because Nekodesu is in great position to perhaps drop in a shockwave and out anytime now. Blueprint's all over.
Is coming in inside the Blueprint. Blueprint gets immediately blown apart as they are looking for a consecutive play, but a nice stun on towards Blaze. punishing him for any additional play. The link does land on towards Filia, but where is the follow-up here? Azabeth pays with his life for the over-aggression here. Savasky still has the egg, 724. Still looking for more poke damage on towards him. Nice flash away from the knockup here, getting the trade away for that kill. But Savasky has no flash, he has no mana. He will be taken down in this exchange, and Neko will be one laughing all the way towards the end as Dragon kills all go in favor for the side of Essences in this deciding game tree.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where it is, miscom or what, because we see Blueprint still committing to that Drake instead of pulling away, whereas the rest of his teammates were all the way at the back. They try to recommit, and then you saw Arashi just breaks wall in when he unleashes his ult, just negating all that damage. Well, Fila had to sacrifice his life, but that's absolutely okay. Savasky basically is churning not all too much because he's got no mana to dish out the damage. So Austerity, he tried his hardest to really yield something in return, but it all was laid down on paper. Triple S, that was magnificent. They got the Drake, they got the kills, and now they won even more. They might even get the grubs in hand.
Well, at the very least, 1JW has the priority on towards that matchup against Gnar. So this grubs will be shared freely between both teams here, as we see a bit of a knockup coming from Arashi on towards Blueprint. There might be a bit of a misplay here as 1JW still goes in, has to pop the flash. Neko has the shockwave, is still chasing, finds the shockwave on towards 2. Both targets has no flash. They might be the sacrificial lamb for their over-aggression here as Savasky and Azabeth will pay with their lives as the double kill will be picked up by Nekodes on the Orianna mid lane.
Wow, that well-timed shockwave was absolutely golden. Let's take a look at it again. As much as there was a zoning, and then you saw Neko, he just moves in, catches both Savasky, and it was pretty much all laid to the ground. And now, this is going to be so problematic. Neko Desu, 501, has the Luden's Essence already completed, whereas that Rod of Ages is only at 1 stack. I mean, overall, you're just playing for that late game, but is there going to be a late game at this point?
I don't know. I can't answer you because having a Ludens at this point of the game at 11 minutes, he's already insanely fed. 4 stacks on that Dark Steel here. So every time that Team Essences wants to fight, if you're on the side of Gucci, you gotta be backing off because you can't take fights when this arena is this big.
Yeah, and on top of that, Boots of Swiftness is like, yeah, sure, go ahead, pop those Mantra E's or even the elf coming in from Sivir to try to catch me because she could just boost herself and just walk right out of the fight or re-enter the fight easily. So, speaking of which, Neko Desu on the prowl, trying to score a little something. And you've also mentioned earlier, the ball delivery system, they haven't put it into play, but you can already sense it later on what Filia could potentially do with the quickness as well. So that could be very, very potent. We saw a glimpse of that on that past team fight. So this is still going to be the rest of Gucci needing to cook, needing to really find some breathing space at the very least. Right now at 12 minutes, it's still not too much of a gap. So I would still say that there's still more that can be worked with for the side of Gucci. So that's the only good news, but the jungler's slightly behind right now. You take a look at optimization, you could basically argue, oh, maybe Blueprint hasn't backed away, but he also has a couple cans being stolen from Arashi.
Oh, not the worst, right? Savasky has no flash, gets caught by the shockwave, and it's a solo bolo from Nekodes against Savasky in that mid lane. 6-0-1 on their Orianna, and no one is stopping this man.
An absolute boss, knowing the damage numbers, knowing that this bird ain't gonna do anything up against me, while Arashi also gets another full clear of the Raptors once again. Blueprint bleeding out dry. There's only so much you could do just to clear out the waves. And now, 30 seconds onto the Cloud Drake as well. I think this is just still the ball on the court of Triple S.
That was just a QW coming in from the side of the Orianna and Luden's proc. And Blueprint took like, what, 40% of his damage? That just shows how ahead this Orianna is at this 13 minimum.
And the moment he saw that, it was like, okay, the shockwave.
Nice wall
Oh,
coming in from the side of Sparky, blocking the escape back coming in from Arashi, but a nice quickness into the grand entrance to stall time for Arashi to escape towards safety here. Meanwhile, Azabeth flashes forward with that Q, doesn't get it though. The damage is too sufficient coming in from Neko as he's just piling on towards every single member with his Oriana. It's already a double kill. Azabeth has no flash, has to run for the hills, but gets taken down by the final damage proc from Arashi, and Neko Des is just piling on towards every single members. 8-0 and 2, 100% KDA on this specific Oriana pick.
That was incredible. Did you just saw Blaze? He is willing to risk his life going in just to drop that heal, and that saves Arashi, and he still
Ophelia.
walks out at 5.
Look at Ophelia finding the 4-man quickness into the grand entrance, disengaging for Arashi, and then this is where Neko is already here, and his damage is, like we mentioned, overskilled over this specific minute mark where every single player he walks up towards you get a ball, and they just take so much damage in these exchanges.
Yeah, it's just too much to handle right now, and he is forced to actually use the Megalor just to knock him over, just to escape. And this is where, yeah, maybe you might still have that slightly winning matchup over the top side, but at this rate, your team's getting blown up by this Oriana, already having 10 stacks on the meta as well, so it's continuously tough to answer. Like, overall, we saw the shielding itself is already humongous to keep teammates alive. Arashi tries to scale over the wall to find something in return. Blueprint now respects that, knowing that Ophelia is going to be close by. Ophelia is looking for a target.
Just pushing them away, opening up the vision and the map for this specific play on this dragon here. We're on 3,000 here. I don't think there's any potential for them to actually steal this quickness here. Lands onto his tree, but the shockwave delivery system catches onto his tree. And Arashi goes in and deletes Austerity in that first initial play. And the blueprint will be taken down and torn apart as the blueprint for the success of Team Gucci will be slowly but surely torn into pieces.
Chop signed and delivered from Ophelia. Another golden play. That was just a sight of beauty as we saw all of them were just stuck with the shockwave, and it was just finishing touches coming from Ice Lemon Tea and Co. Neko Desu, you thought he was just consistent. Now he's showing us that he is the complete mid laner that has been besting out everyone else in the solo queue ladders. But here comes the TP though.
Nice mantra on towards the side of Neko. Neko gets caught by the tether. Tether does land. He doesn't get a trade on towards Azabeth. Azabeth matches on towards safety here, but Neko, he has nowhere to go. There's no teammates here. Nice shutdown going into the favor 1JW. That's going to be cha-ching. 1K go into his pockets.
1,060 to be very specific. I'm pretty sure he still has a bounty on his head right now, but the rest of the essences are trying to answer back. There is a little helping hand coming in from the blueprint, and once again, they need to really find more of all these sort of pickoffs. And as I was pretty much right, there's still another 150 bounty onto Neko, and the next one was actually Arashi. He's also got 450, so yeah, maybe feed all of this to this Jax, and he might just be 1v5ing in the late game.
Hey, you need time, right? You need to stall the game indefinitely because at 17-minute mark after that 1K bounty into your pockets, you're still trailing behind like what? Almost 6,000 gold?
Yeah, it's absurd. I'm also kind of intrigued at the builds as well. I do believe that he's working into Sundered Sky or so, but you might want to consider some magic resistance as well since you're dealing with this huge Oriana, and I would say that overall, we're going to leave that for a little bit later. Now, they're trying to find a patch.
Might be caught into a particular position here, but it's just not enough damage to take down this Nar. So Ice Lemon Tea playing it within reach, giving so much space for the side of Essences to wreak havoc in towards that side lane.
Yeah, they're definitely looking for a trade where they're popping Shelly over the top side here. Should be too much of a hassle for them to actually get this team to clear in brief moment.
Bottom
low.
does finds play, has to pop the flash though, but this is the thing that we don't really talk about for does. The way that he plays weak side is amazing. Yeah, there's a lot of beautiful plays happening between Arashi, Nekodes, and also Philia. But the way that Dust plays that weak side, every time there's like, what, 2-3 members piling on towards him, he makes sure that he isn't the weakling that gets traded on towards the cross. He plays the weak side very disciplined and very well.
Yeah. Wally, take some notes as well. Well, overall, I absolutely do agree when you take a look at this Gnar. A lot of all these Mega Gnar usages were to actually waste a lot of time coming in from Gucci members chasing after him. And by the time that he actually goes into team fight, it should be up and available. The only thing about Nars is that you gotta charge in with those auto attacks, which you can find plenty of when it comes down to team fight. And well, those combos coming in from Triple S so far has been Philia as well as Nekodesu, and then you have Arashi as a safety measure, right? Imagine having Dust to also drop in the Megatar to really rip them all apart. That would be absolutely devastating, which we might be able to see it eventually. We get a little bit of a replay here with Philia.
This is just Philia trying to cancel recall so that his team can actually get our response for the side lane, because he canceled the blueprint and the 1JW once, and he was like, no, you're not going back. So he sacrificed himself in exchange of a bottom tier 1 and also a top tier 2. So that was just amazing coming from Philia.
Yeah, well, at least we got something entertaining as well, enjoyable for the highlights.
That's true though. Okay.
I mean, overall, everything's been entertaining. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
Well, of course, we need some blooper clips.
Another replay? Okay, so Alphabet face checking this bush. He does have the flash though. Into the Kaisa killer instincts here. So he's gonna be out of play for the upcoming dragon. So there's gonna be a lot of people here in towards that top side. -7T does. He has to be careful here. Gets stopped by the pillar here, but there is the Mega Gnar. They just pop the Mega Gnar. They will respect the specific player. I don't think they can actually dive it. They don't have enough damage. The wave clear is really good. Nice pound towards the wall into the chain CC stun. So much damage taken by 1JW. Gets another boulder towards the face. Mini Gnar will be going for the chase, but the pillar stuck him in his place.
Yeah, I mean, they're using so much time just to make a play here, and instead the rest of Essence is here.
Philia, nice quickness in towards the backline here. Charms on towards 3 into the grand entrance towards 2, but there's no follow-up damage for anyone. Neko has to run for the hills as he gets straight off, and he will be taken down as Blaze. He's still running, he's still gunning, he's looking for the play, but the counter strike to disengage 1JW, but a triple kill does go over to the side of the triple SAD carry here. A nice individual play, but on the losing side, Just G does get 3 for 3 trade though, but so that's pretty okay for Just G.
Yeah, not too bad after all, especially just having just enough mana to be able to pull that counter-strike off. And it all started off with this botched attempt to dive onto the Gnar, which was never really the brightest idea. And then you saw that plan coming through. Frida once again goes in, perfect setup with the quickness, and then that was just party time coming in from Nekodesu, but they found the target that they want to acquire, which was absolutely huge coming in from LJW.
But look at this counter-strike. If this counter-strike wasn't available, that could be a clean house coming in from Blaze. Though they do put a lot of gold back into the pockets of 724 Austerity, Severe, and also 1JW's Jax. So that's good news if you are a Gucci fan.
That's true, and we take a look at the builds as well. You're almost hitting that 100% crit rate for the Severe. So Austerity, so far, still has his magical touches. Now, contest for that Red Battleback. I think that they will basically give this one over to Essences. But still, this is potentially a Baron angle, which is a little bit dangerous, which probably they wouldn't call just yet. TP available for both top laners, so a little bit too risky to actually pull that one off for now. Blueprint right now getting a little bit of pressure, which will be now shrugged off. But Arashi says, alright, are we gonna coin flip this or what? Like, they're just basically inviting the rest of Gucci to right now give an answer.
Okay, Blue Trinket does spot it out here. Philia Aftershock has been proc. They have to pull away themselves from this specific Baron play here, but they have time. They have time until the Soul, which will be spawning in the next 2.5 minutes.
That will be absolutely crucial.
They're starting it
So
again.
far, Yeah, it seems like they're just gonna keep on baiting the rest of Gucci. They're just gonna let this one slide. They are slowly marching up ahead, but will they be able to reach in time? Because we see the recall coming from the Jax. There might just be a TP at the ready, and there we go. Double TP coming in.
Baron has been secured coming in for the side of Team Triple S. The Jax will have to run towards safety here as Philia pop the quickness here. They are looking for a bit of a subsidiary play here. Where is the follow-up coming in for the side of Arashi here? Shockwave doesn't land on towards any single members here as 1JW. He's looking for the play. They do get Arashi, and that's another shutdown going in favor for the Jax from the side of Gucci.
My, it's another big drop right there, and it seemed to me that this Jax pickup so far has been the key to a lot of all these trades, and he's only gonna get stronger, and that is gonna be a needlessly large rod now in his back pocket, building to more of the AP front, and we're seeing a pick up here on Sparky.
Oh, Sparky flashes away. He still has the Glacial Storm, but the damage is not insufficient here as Sparky gets thrown down in towards the egg as Blaze. He's dangerously low, but he manages to run towards safety here as the vet needs to pop the flash. There won't be any much of a follow-up, but losing 2 members with the presence of the Baron buff, this is going to be a very difficult stronghold coming in from Gucci going into the defensive zone.
Yeah, with this Baron power play, we're expecting to search into the 9k, 10k trash hole as well. Piling on more of that pressure over on the bottom side. It does seem like we do get a little glimpse of what went over onto the Baron attempt as well. I mean, overall it was quickly secured, but Arashi extends, trying to look for a play, but that was quickly answered back with LJW hopping in to really put it to a halt. And then you have this blast home play that has been able to supplement another 2 kills in favor of Triple S. And that was great work coming from Philia to also provide just about enough cover to keep Blaze alive.
The Rakan E into the blockhead just to keep Blaze alive, and it was looking good for the side of Gucci, where Blueprint and also Sparky got a very cheeky steal on that red buff. So if they could get out alive, sure. Philia has to spot it out by the ward here, has to commit the grand entrance to escape.
Overall, great navigation across. Zonya's Hourglass now available for the Jax to make things a little bit more difficult for the rest of Team Triple S. Now that the Baron buff is slowly depleting, they might actually look for a potential catcher, and they are moving towards the Dragon.
Nice secure on towards the Dragon here. 2-man Gnar towards the backline here as they find the Shockwave on towards Sparky. Sparky is already down Blaze. He's going for the backline. Double kill already going in hands of the Nekodes. Nekodes, he's flying towards the backline, but he maintains alive as 1JW. You do trade him, but what happens to 4 of your other members as they do get taken down in this exchange of a team fight?
Yeah, it's not too much of a wordy trade. They were a little too late, and now Dragon Soul. I mean, right now, all the objectives has been wiped away from the side of Triple S, and you saw once again Philia being the key for the setup, and then you see that killer instinct all the way to the back line, cutting off the exits. And by the time that the Zonya's Hourglass was over, he had to make the flash play to try to not only find escape, but to also get the kill over onto Nekodesu. So at least it was something that they got in return. If it was an ace, you would expect the inhibitors to be gone.
It's a very good play coming in from 1JW. He actually stalled so much time and also removed one of the most fed members coming in from the side of Essences in that team fight. But you can only do so much as a single player. I cherish the moments coming in from 1JW, but the others need to find their footing or momentum in these team fights.
Yeah, that's certainly the case, and up till now, I'm not looking at much of a resistance as well towards this Orianna. I mean, they're just basically building a lot more armor right now, including the Blueprint, who's already working on to a Deadman's Plate.
Yeah,
Exactly.
It looks like Deadman's Plate, yeah. I think it's alright, right? You're like,
not
okay,
too bad.
Not too bad. It's like, you're gonna use the additional movement speed, drop the pillar, and then, well, maybe like dislocate a specific player that doesn't have mobility, then your team can pile on towards it. Maybe that's the game plan coming in from Blueprint.
pretty much true. Whereas we're also looking at Ice Lemon Tea, who's been absolutely in control over onto
The
his
stable still.
side of the overall he's been unshaken, unstirred, and I believe he's working onto a Randuin's, or if he wants to convert it into a Frozen Heart, which could be pretty handy as well when you're dealing with a Jax as well as a Trundle. So either way, it works absolutely just fine. Now, interesting enough, more AP on the side of the Jax, working onto what
I think it's a Rift Maker.
Yeah. Rift
Zonya's
Maker. For a
Rift
moment, I was like,
Maker.
no, it can't be a Landry's, right?
Nah, there's no way that's
way.
only Andrews here. So it makes a lot of sense to actually build the Zonyas and also the Rift Maker. It gives you so much more damage
sustain.
over time and percentage increase. And at the very least, you do see that there's attempts coming in from 1JW in flanking the backline here. So you have to give more time to Austerity, to Sparky to scale into those big item powers.
Yeah, we're already reaching the 300 CS over threshold for both sides of the ADC, so pretty much all that's left to do is just sell the Darwin's bow and make the final item for the side of Blaze, and he is going to be absolutely okay. Now this is going to be a call for a second Baron claim from the side of Essences, and it's just no response, or should I say a rather late response. They're just going to have to just once again give this away, expecting to play the holding game, which we talked about it before back in the draft, where you can play split pushes with the Jax, and he's already working on that T2. When you have that Anivia, you can basically hold all these waves for days, so long as you have the mana to do so, which of course she does. So right now, Slot Doms, IE, Yuntals, and so much of all these tools for the Saber to have decent impact in team fights.
You will see a lot of like the bouncing W refreshes coming in from the Severe here, and as the game progresses, it's gonna be starting to be even more difficult to capitalize on this Severe, especially when you're going to high ground. You will need like a very good quickness coming in from a Khan or a Meganar to engage on towards the Severe to realistically allow the killer instinct coming in from Kaisa to reach the backline.
Yeah, overall, it is definitely a lot of tough work for them to really crack through. And realistically, yeah, sure, you could say you could have either Arashi or Felix to die first, and if Nar does have enough charges, it could still be rather risky. So right now, it needs to be a very calculated attempt coming in from the side of Essences. While they also do have a very heavy wave down bottom side, so this 4-1 formation has got to do wonders for the side of Essence in order to put a dent right through Gucci.
Well, second minion wave has arrived coming in from the side of Essence here. They capitalize on the split focus coming in from the side of Gucci, and they do successfully get that first inhibitor of the game.
Yeah, and they're already working on to the top lane as well. Potentially triple inhibitor if they execute this one correctly, and there
Flash
we go.
engage coming in from the side of 1JW, finding on towards Blaze, but Blaze having the quickness here coming in from Rakan to disengage. He flies in towards the backline, finds Austerity, and Austerity Blueprint has been taken down. 1JW, one against the world. He gets knocked out, he gets silenced, and he will be taken down, and that is a 3-for-none. Nexus is about to be exposed as the towers are being taken down. Essences, eyes on the Nexus, and they will be your champions of the LCP wildcard in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore.
Lo and behold, a clean sweep! Essences proves that they are the kings of IDMYSG. And they have toppled out the giants that have conquered the previous run of the LCP wildcards. And now the new kings take over as we see them fight the rest of the best of the region. Congratulations to them, but all hopes are not lost just yet for some of those who are fans of those, of course, who faltered. So that being said, Triple S have shown that they have that grit in them, that tenacity, and of course the drive to push in to have such a flawless run from the lower brackets to now finally exact that vengeance up against their nemesis. And it's just a beautiful story now shown right before our eyes.
from losing in upper bracket 1-2 against Gucci to destroy every single team in the lower bracket and then getting revenge in a trio fashion. That's just amazing stuff coming in from Essences, and you can tell these players who have so much experience, they can be calming and composed in a grand final setting, and that's just amazing coming in from this Essences roster.
Yeah, I think like overall we initially pointed out, oh, this guy is the shining star of the team, but no, every single round they proved that everyone works as a unit. You have games where Arashi shine. Now you saw on Nico what kind of wonders he do with his Orianna. You have Philia with the setups, and of course Blaze on his unkillable Jhin, and of course the Mr. Reliable on the top side.
Dust.
Been Dust.
He's been amazing, right?
Incredible.
Like, Dust wasn't the most shining one in towards these games, but the way that he plays that weak side, 1-1 and 8, consistently controlling 1JW's Jax in that laning phase, making sure that he wasn't able to push for more of these advantageous lead, is what exactly led to Arashi, Neko, Blaze, and Philia's capabilities in the side lanes, in the cross map, able to make such big plays in harnessing that lead.
Yeah, and I think like it all started when it comes down to a potential contest over onto the Grubs, and that's where Nekodesu, he found the angle for the first beautiful shockwave, and then that double just snowballs him out of control with the Ludens, and then it just transpired into something that is even more potent. As much as we saw, 1JW was doing his level best in order to stall the game, buy a lot of space, even take down some of the core targets like Neko, Blaze. Unfortunately, there was just not too much of an answer. Even with the substitution of Blueprint, it really felt like he couldn't really have too much of an impact heading into this round because it just required so much to get things activated. So I would say that Gucci, they're not doing anything all too wrong, but they haven't really found the solution to all the things that were thrown from the side of Essences.
And this is your Grand Finals MVP. Nekodes coming in with 3 clean games in towards that mid lane. You have the Thalia, you have the Syndra, you have the Orianna. All 3 games, he was a shining star coming in from the Essences roster.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely looking like Faker of Southeast Asia with those kill participation rate. That's above 85% every single round. Well, we can discount the small little of course, percentages out of the 84, but overall, just look at the amount of contribution that he brings to the table. It's not just about the KDA all together. Yes, he works wonders all together with Arashi, but when you need him to basically hold down the line, he does so. If you need him to really make a big play to benefit the team, say no more. He's always there. He always shows up, and that's what matters the most.
And it's actually really amazing to see that mid lane being won over so hard by Echo, and then it expands into total map pressure here. And we do have the updated brackets here to see how Essences came all the way from their starting game against the FC into losing to the side of Gucci in that upper final, and then they went on a run to defeat Sparky and then coming back into the grand finals to pay revenge against Gucci with a 3-0 clean sweep in the winners finals.
They definitely have picked up a lot of lessons, as you saw. It wasn't all too smooth sailing over onto the upper brackets. It was a close game up in Sparky as well, which, you know, over onto the lower brackets, they basically answered back 2-0, and it doesn't seem like Sparky could have even really draw too much of blood out of them. And then comes the grand finals, which we talked about. This would be a 5-game series. Well, they prove us wrong in the best way possible. They say, nope, we are not even gonna show any signs of weakness at all. As much as Gucci, I mean, they're a high quality team overall, but today we just definitely have a clear-cut answer on who is basically the best of the rest.
Well, it's not a 5-game series, but it's a 5-game run coming in for the side of Essences here. 2-0 against Sparky, and then a 3-0 against the side of Gucci in that finals here. Really really well done here. But my name is Sagi, and with me is Qontra. Thank you all for watching. The LCP Wildcard Qualifiers here for Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia. See you in the next event, and we will say good night.